Hello everyone, and welcome to the DX Details. So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Issei was the reincarnation of the first fallen angel Lucifer. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. Chapter 1. Embers of Divinity. The nightmare always began the same way. Issei Hyodo stood upon gleaming alabaster tiles that stretched endlessly beneath a sky of liquid gold. Massive crystalline spires jutted upward around him, each one humming with energy that resonated through his very bones. The air itself tasted of lightning and something sweeter, a scent beyond mortal description that filled his lungs with impossible vitality. He was not alone. Figures of blinding brilliance surrounded him, their forms barely contained within humanoid shapes. Wings of light, some with 3 pairs, others with more, extended from their backs, cryptic coronas of radiance that hurt to observe directly. Yet somehow, Issei could see them clearly, could distinguish unique features among what should have been uniform splendor. And they were arguing about him. The morning star has gone too far this time. The voice rang with such authority that the very foundations of this crystalline realm trembled. His questions become doubts, and his doubts become defiance. Issei felt himself respond, though the words emerged in a voice both familiar and alien. Deeper, more resonant, filled with conviction that transcended mere confidence. Is seeking truth now labeled as defiance? Have we become so afraid of questions that we label curiosity as rebellion? Another figure stepped forward, this one with wings that shifted through all spectrums of light. Brother, please, there are boundaries to understanding that exist for reason. Some knowledge is not meant for any of us. The contempt that rose in Issei's chest felt ancient and terrible. Convenient. How those boundaries always seemed to protect his authority rather than illuminate his purpose. The air grew heavy, charged with potential violence. The figures around him shifted, some drawing closer in support, others stepping back in horror. Issei felt power gathering within him, limitless, exhilarating power that sang through every fiber of his being. I will not serve blindly, his voice declared. Not when I can see clearly. If seeking truth makes me a rebel, then I embrace the title. If asking questions makes me fallen, then I shall fall with my eyes open. The dream always fragmented after that, glimpses of warfare between beings of pure light, the sensation of plummeting through layers of reality, burning pain as wings of radiance blackened and withered. Throughout it all, a single emotion remained constant, not regret, but fierce, uncompromising pride. Then came the impact. Issei jolted awake, his body drenched in sweat despite the cool spring breeze drifting through his open window. The digital clock on his nightstand displayed 3:17 a.m. in accusatory red numerals. His heart hammered against his ribs like it was trying to escape, and the sheets beneath him were twisted into damp ropes. Third time this week, he muttered, running a hand through sweat-slicked hair. The dreams had started 3 months ago, on his 17th birthday. Initially appearing once every few weeks, they now came with increasing frequency and clarity. Each time, he awoke with phantom sensations, the memory of wings flexing between his shoulder blades, the weight of armor that had never existed. The taste of that impossible air still lingering on his tongue. Knowing sleep would remain elusive, Issei slid out of bed. His legs felt unsteady, as though the muscles remembered. Standing on crystalline floors rather than the worn carpet of his bedroom. He caught sight of his reflection in the mirror mounted on his closet door and paused, studying the familiar features that somehow felt like a mask. Average height, lean but athletic build from years of mixed martial arts training, unruly brown hair, and brown eyes that appeared ordinary except. Issei leaned closer to the mirror. For a moment after waking, his irises always seemed to hold a subtle crimson luminescence, like embers banking beneath ash. Even as he watched, the effect faded, leaving only normal human eyes staring back. You're losing it, Hyodo, he told his reflection. Just stress from entrance exams. The explanation rang hollow even to his own ears. Kuo Academy's bell tower chimed the hour, its sonorous tones echoing across the sleepy town. Issei sat at his desk beside the window, absently tracing equations in his notebook while his mind wandered. Physics should have interested him, the mathematical language of reality usually captured his attention completely, but today, the variables and constants blurred together into meaningless symbols. Hyodo-kun. The teacher's voice cut through his distraction. Perhaps you'd like to demonstrate the solution to problem 14. Issei glanced at the complex equation on the blackboard, then down at his empty notebook page. Surprisingly, the solution appeared in his mind instantly, as though written in letters of fire. The magnetic flux through the loop equals negative 2/3 multiplied by the initial magnetic field strength, multiplied by the area of the loop. He answered, the words flowing without conscious thought. A look of mild surprise crossed the teacher's face. That's correct. Though I'd be curious to see your work. Issei blinked, equally surprised. He hadn't been paying attention to the lesson at all, yet the answer had come to him with absolute certainty. This was happening with increasing frequency, moments of inexplicable knowledge. Particularly in physics and astronomy, subjects he'd never previously excelled in. As the teacher turned back to the board, Issei noticed Matsuda and Motohama, his two friends, giving him suspicious looks from across the classroom. He couldn't blame them. The three had formed a brotherhood of mediocrity in academics, united primarily by their shared appreciation of the female form and various adult materials. His recent academic improvements had created a subtle rift in their friendship, one more unexplainable change in a growing list. When the lunch bell rang, Issei deliberately avoided his usual meeting spot with the guys, needing space to think. He found himself on the rooftop, leaning against the safety railing and staring at the horizon beyond the town. Spring had painted the distant mountains in vibrant greens and scattered wildflowers across their lower slopes. The sight stirred something in him, a bittersweet nostalgia for natural beauty that somehow felt both precious and painfully transient. It's unusual to find you alone, Hyodo-kun. The voice startled him from his reverie, melodic, teasing, with an undertone of genuine curiosity. Turning, Issei found himself facing one of Kuo Academy's idols. Akano Himehime stood a few paces away, her long black hair gathered in its customary ponytail, violet eyes regarding him with amused interest. As vice president of the student council, she rarely interacted with students outside her elite social circle. Yet here she was, apparently seeking him out. Himehime-senpai. Issei straightened, suddenly self-conscious. I was just thinking. Dangerous pastime, she remarked with a smile that transformed her elegant features into something almost mischievous. Especially for someone with your reputation. The comment should have annoyed him, but Issei found himself returning her smile. Even degenerates have their moments of philosophical contemplation. A look of genuine surprise crossed her face before she laughed, the sound carrying an inexplicable warmth that seemed to resonate in his chest. How refreshingly self-aware. Perhaps there's more to you than campus rumors suggest. Issei shrugged, turning back to the view. Probably not. What brings you to the roof, senpai? Student council business. Rather than answer immediately, Akano moved to stand beside him at the railing. Close enough that he caught the subtle scent of her perfume, something with notes of thunderstorms and night-blooming flowers. The fragrance triggered another flicker of that strange déjà vu, like a half-remembered conversation from centuries past. Curiosity, she finally said. You've changed recently. The statement caught him off guard. Changed. Akano tilted her head, studying him with unexpected intensity. Your academic performance has improved dramatically. You've been declining invitations from your usual companions. And there's something else. Her voice trailed off, her gaze becoming distant for a moment. An aura about you that wasn't there before. Alarm bells rang in Issei's mind. The observation was too perceptive, too specific, from someone who shouldn't haven't you been paying that much attention to him? Sleep better, study more, he deflected with a casual tone that belied his inner tension. Nothing mystical about basic discipline. Perhaps. Her smile returned, though her eyes remained searching. Though I've always found that significant changes rarely come without catalyst. Something happens, and we become more, or less, than we were. The conversation had taken a surreal turn that left Issei feeling exposed. Before he could formulate a response, the bell signaling the end of lunch period saved him from further scrutiny. Looks like break is over, he said, relieved. Akano nodded, but made no move to leave. One more thing, Hyodo-kun. If you ever need to discuss these changes, the Occult Research Club welcomes visitors on Thursday evenings. With that cryptic invitation, she turned and walked away, her movements possessing a fluid grace that seemed almost inhuman in its perfection. Issei watched her disappear through the rooftop door. A strange sensation prickling between his shoulder blades, the phantom sensation of wings preparing for flight. The day's remaining classes passed in a blur, and Issei found himself walking home alone. Having begged off the usual post-school hangout with his friends. The sun hung low in the western sky, casting long shadows across the suburban streets of Kuo town. He took the scenic route through the municipal park, seeking solitude to process the increasingly bizarre events disrupting his life. The park stood mostly empty at this hour, a few elderly couples on evening walks, mothers collecting young children from the playground, the occasional jogger circling the central pond. Issei found a secluded bench beneath a flowering cherry tree and sat, dropping his schoolbag beside him with a weary sigh. The conversation with Akano Himehime replayed in his mind. Her observations had been unsettlingly accurate, but her mention of an aura troubled him most. The term carried misty, cal connotations that connected uncomfortably with his dreams and unexplained knowledge. Was he truly changing, becoming something other than human? Or was he simply losing his grip on reality? Kai. LD's delighted laughter interrupted his brooding. Near the pond's edge, a young girl chased iridescent soap bubbles blown by her mother. The simple joy in her expression struck Issei with unexpected poignancy. There was something profoundly beautiful about such uncomplicated happiness, something worth protecting. The thought came unbidden, carrying weight beyond his years. As twilight deepened into evening, the park emptied further. Street lamps flickered to life along the winding paths, creating pools of artificial daylight amidst growing shadows. The temperature dropped noticeably, and Issei was considering heading home when he felt it, a prickle of awareness raising gooseflesh along his arms. Someone was watching him. The sensation was unmistakable, a pressure against his consciousness rather than physical observation. Slowly, trying to appear casual, Issei gathered his schoolbag and stood. He scanned the surrounding area, eyes narrowed against the contrast between illuminated paths and darkened vegetation. There, at the edge of the tree line, a figure stood perfectly still, features obscured by distance and shadow. Even without visual confirmation, Issei knew with bone-deep CERTAINTY that the stranger's attention was fixed squarely on him. Fight-or-flight instincts screamed for immediate action, but something deeper, something connected to those dreams of celestial warfare, whispered for patience. Shouldering his bag, Issei began walking toward the park's eastern exit, deliberately choosing a path that would force his observer to either reveal themselves by following or abandon their surveillance. The hairs on the back of his neck remained raised as he followed the curved pathway. Each lamppost he passed created momentary vulnerability, illuminating him fully before releasing him back to partial darkness. The sensation of being watched intensified rather than diminished with distance. Halfway to the exit, Issei risked a backward glance. The figure had moved, now standing directly beneath a street lamp several hundred meters behind him. The light revealed a man of average height wearing an expensive-looking trench coat and fedora, an outfit so anachronistic it would have seemed comical in any other context. Despite the illumination, the stranger's face remained frustratingly unclear, as though the light bent around his features. Abandoning pretense, Issei increased his pace to a brisk walk. The eastern exit would deposit him onto a busy commercial street, safety in numbers and public visibility. 20 meters from the park boundary, he chanced another look behind him. The pathway stood empty. Issei froze, scanning in all directions. The stranger had vanished as completely as if he'd never existed. This should have brought relief, but instead, adrenaline flooded his system. Heart rate accelerating painfully. "Good evening, boy." The voice came from directly ahead. Issei's head snapped forward to find the stranger standing between him and the exit. Fedora tipped low over his eyes, hands casually tucked into coat pockets. No human could have circled ahead without passing him on the narrow path. "Who are you?" Issei demanded, voice steadier than he felt. The stranger chuckled, the sound like gravel rolling down a metallic chute. "Nobody important, just a curious observer." He tilted his head, and Issei caught a glimpse of eyes that reflected streetlight with predatory luminescence. "The question is, who are you?" Despite the vague phrasing, Issei understood the inquiry went deeper than identity. "Issei Hyodo, high school student, nothing special." Nothing special, the stranger repeated, tasting the words and finding them amusing. Yet here you stand, blazing like a beacon to those with eyes to see. Fear transmuted to something harder as Issei's patience evaporated. Look, I don't know what you want, but I'm not interested in whatever you're selling. Move aside. Instead of complying, the stranger took a step forward. Such authority in that command. Almost familiar. Another step closer, bringing with it the scent of ozone and something sulfurous. I wonder if you even realize what's awakening inside you, young Hyodo. I wonder if you understand what it means to carry such legacy. The final word triggered something primal in Issei's hindbrain. Without conscious decision, his body shifted into a defensive stance. Weight balanced on the balls of his feet, hands raised. The movement came naturally, not the basic martial arts he'd studied, but something more refined, more lethal. Last warning, Issei growled, voice dropping an octave. Step aside. The stranger smiled, revealing teeth too sharp for a human mouth. There he is, just beneath the surface. With theatrical deliberation, he removed his hands from his pockets. Perhaps a little pressure might bring him further into the light. Light exploded from the stranger's palms, sickly yellow energy that coalesced into a spear-like construct of pure illumination. With inhuman speed, he hurled the energy weapon directly at Issei's chest. Time seemed to slow. Issei watched the spear approach as if through viscous fluid, trailing particles of light like a comet's tail. His body reacted without conscious input, torso twisting at an impossible angle as the energy construct passed through the space he'd occupied milliseconds earlier. He felt its heat sear the fabric of his school uniform, smelled the synthetic material crisping along the near miss. The dodging movement should have left him off balance, vulnerable to follow-up attack. Instead, Issei found himself completing a fluid pivot that positioned him perfectly to counter. His right hand extended, fingers splayed as if to grasp something. Power surged up from some bottomless well within him. It burned through his veins like liquid fire, cooled in his palm, and exploded outward in a lance of crimson energy that mirrored his attacker's construct but burned with deeper, more primal light. The stranger's expression shifted from confident aggression to shocked recognition in the instant before the crimson spear struck his shoulder. The impact hurled him backward with terrible force, his body crashing through a park bench and tumbling across manicured grass. The fedora flew off, revealing close-cropped dark hair and pointed ears that no human possessed. Issei stared at his extended hand in disbelief. Whispers of crimson light still danced across his fingertips, power-eager for release, hungry for more. The sensation was terrifying and exhilarating in equal measure, like discovering a limb he'd never known existed. The stranger struggled to his feet, clutching his wounded shoulder. Where the crimson energy had struck, the flesh had blackened and cracked, revealing glimpses of something molten beneath. His face contorted with a mixture of pain and bewilderment. Impossible, he hissed. It can't be you. You're just a human child. Issei took a step forward, driven by instincts that weren't entirely his own. Apparently not. Another step, power continuing to build within him, demanding expression. What am I? Fear replaced confusion on the stranger's inhuman features. You don't know. You actually don't know. He laughed, a harsh, broken sound. Oh, this is too perfect. The prodigal son returns, and doesn't even recognize himself. Before Issei could respond, black feathered wings erupted from the stranger's back, tearing through the expensive coat. With two powerful downstrokes, the creature launched himself skyward, wounded shoulder. Trailing particles of light like luminous blood. This changes everything, he called down, voice carrying unnaturally through the night air. Rest well, Issei Hyodo. You won't be allowed such ignorance for much longer. With that, the winged figure soared higher, banking sharply to the east before disappearing into the cloud cover. Issei stood frozen, crimson energy still flickering around his hand, mind struggling to process what had just occurred. The confrontation had lasted perhaps 30 seconds, yet in that brief span, the foundations of his reality had crumbled completely. Energy weapons, inhuman attackers, wings, and most disturbing of all, the power that had answered his need, familiar yet alien, like a half-remembered language. A soft gasp broke through his shock. Spinning toward the sound, Issei found himself facing Akano Himahima for the second time that day. She stood at the intersection of two pathways, school bag dangling forgotten from one hand, violet eyes wide with astonishment. How long she had been watching, Issei couldn't guess, but her expression confirmed she'd seen enough. "Hyodo-kun," she said softly, voice barely audible above the pounding of his heart. "I think we need to talk." The Occult Research Club occupied the entire renovated old schoolhouse on Kuo Academy's western grounds. Gothic architecture, complete with gargoyles and stained glass windows, gave the building an atmosphere more appropriate to Victorian England than modern Japan. In daylight, its anachronistic charm attracted photography students and architecture enthusiasts. By night, illuminated only by scattered antique lamps, it projected an aura of mystery that perfectly suited its current occupants. Issei sat on a luxurious velvet sofa, hands wrapped around a deli. Cake teacup he feared might shatter in his grip. Across from him, Akino knelt beside an ornate serving cart, preparing a fresh pot with graceful efficiency. Neither had spoken during their walk from the park, the silence between them heavy with unasked questions. "The others should arrive shortly," Akino finally said, measuring tea leaves with practiced precision. Rias wanted everyone present for this discussion. "Others?" Issei's voice emerged hoarse, strained from the aftermath of adrenaline. "Rias Gramori, you mean?" "The student council president." A small smile touched Akino's lips. "President of the Occult Research Club. Actually, student council belongs to Sona Citri." She poured steaming water over the leaves. "Though both hold other titles beyond their school positions." Before Issei could inquire further, the clubroom door swung open. A petite girl with white hair entered, munching on a chocolate bar with single-minded focus. She paused upon noticing Issei, heterochromatic eyes, one gold, one blue, scanning him with clinical detachment. "This is him?" she asked, voice flat and emotionless. Akino nodded. "Kaneko, meet Issei Hyodo. Hyodo-kun, this is Kaneko Tuju, first year and club member." Kaneko approached, stopping uncomfortably close to Issei's seat. She leaned forward, sniffing audibly, nose twitching like a cautious animal's. Whatever she detected caused her eyes to widen fractionally. "Smells wrong," she declared, stepping back. "Like fire and starlight. Not devil, not angel, not human." She looked to Akino. "Dangerous." Before Issei could process this bizarre evaluation, the door opened again, admitting two more individuals. The first was a handsome blonde boy Issei recognized as Kiba Yuto, another school idol whose princely demeanor earned him the adoration of female students across all grades. Behind him came Rias Gramori herself, her crimson hair cascading like liquid fire over the shoulders of her immaculate uniform. The atmosphere in the room shifted perceptibly with her arrival, air growing heavier, charged with subtle energy that raised goosebumps on Issei's forearms. She moved with unconscious authority, taking the high-backed chair opposite him. Aquamarine eyes studying him with unsettling intensity. "Issei Hyodo," she said, voice rich and melodious. "You've caused quite a stir this evening." Kiba took position standing behind Rias's chair, while Kaneko perched on the arm of a nearby sofa. Akino finished preparing the tea and distributed cups to everyone present before settling beside Rias, completing what felt distinctly like a tribunal. "Would you like to explain what happened in the park?" Rias continued when Issei remained silent. Issei set his cup down, liquid trembling with the slight unsteadiness of his hands. "I'd rather you explain. All of you." He looked around the room, taking in details he'd initially missed, the occult symbols decorating the walls, the ancient tomes lining bookshelves, the subtle wrongness in how these seemingly normal students carried themselves. "Starting with what you are, because I'm becoming increasingly certain it isn't human." A moment of silence followed his declaration. Then Rias smiled, a genuine expression that transformed her regal features into something almost approachable. "Direct. I appreciate that." She leaned forward, elbows on knees. "You're correct, of course. None of us in this room are human, though we walk among humans and value them greatly." She gestured to herself and the others. "We are devils, Issei Hyodo. Not in the Western religious sense of evil tempters, but as a distinct species with our own society, culture, and magic." Issei absorbed this revelation with surprising calm. After shooting energy from his hands at a winged attacker, the existence of devils seemed almost mundane. And the man, the creature in the park, a fallen angel, Akano supplied, something complicated flashing across her expression. Former servant, TS of heaven who were cast out for various transgressions. They retain much of their original power but lack the divine protection of their former home. Like the biblical Lucifer, Issei murmured. The dreams suddenly taking sharper focus. An odd tension rippled through the room at his words. Rias and Akano exchanged meaningful glances before Rias responded carefully. Lucifer is a complex figure in our history. The original Lucifer was indeed the first and mightiest of the fallen angels, though much of what humans believe about him is inaccurate. He eventually became one of the original Mao, the rulers of Devil Society. Something about her phrasing caught Issei's attention. The original Lucifer. There were others. In a manner of speaking, Rias hedged, clearly uncomfortable with the direction of questioning. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. The immediate concern is you, Issei Hyodo, and the power you demonstrated tonight. Issei looked down at his hands, remembering the crimson energy that had flowed from them so naturally. I don't know what that was. I've never done anything like it before. Never consciously, Akano corrected gently. But I suspect it's been manifesting in other ways. Dreams, perhaps, unusual knowledge, physical changes. The accuracy of her speculation sent a chill down Issei's spine. How could you know that? Because power like yours doesn't simply appear without warning, Rias explained. It grows, seeps into consciousness, manifests in subtle ways before emerging fully. She studied him with renewed intensity. The question is, what exactly is your power? You're not a devil, we would sense that immediately. You're not a fallen angel either, despite similarities in your energy signature. And you're certainly not a conventional human. What does that leave? Issei asked, genuine confusion mingling with growing frustration. What am I? The clubroom door burst open before anyone could respond. A girl Issei didn't recognize stumbled in, breathing heavily as though she'd run a considerable distance. She wore the Kuo Academy uniform with multiple modifications that violated dress code, shortened skirt, personalized accessories. Flamboyant red hair clips. Bushu, she exclaimed, using the Japanese term for club president. They're coming. At least 6 of them, moving fast from the north and east. Rias rose immediately, expression hardening into something ancient and dangerous. How long? Minutes, maybe less. The newcomer finally noticed Issei and blinked in surprise. As that, later, Aika, Rias cut her off. Akano, preparation pattern 3, Kiba, Kaneko, defensive positions. Aika, monitoring station. The group moved with practiced efficiency, transforming from high school students into WH. That could only be described as a military unit. Kiba produced a sword from seemingly nowhere, an elegant European blade that gleamed with unnatural light. Kaneko removed her uniform jacket, revealing nerless gloves embossed with mystical symbols. Aika rushed to a computer setup partially hidden behind a folding screen, fingers flying across keys. What's happening? Issei demanded, rising to his feet. Rias turned to him, calculation evident in her gaze. The fallen angel you encountered wasn't working alone. His allies are coming, and they're not interested in conversation. She hesitated, then added, they're coming for you. Issei Hyodo, whatever you are, they've recognized it, and they consider it a threat. Or an opportunity, Akano amended, joining them. Purple lightning now danced between her fingertips, casting eerie shadows across her face. Either way, they won't leave empty-handed. Conflict raged within Issei, the logical part of his brain insisting this couldn't be happening, while deeper instincts prepared for battle with practiced ease. I should leave. This is my problem, not yours. Too late for that, Rias replied with surprising gentleness. Besides, protecting Kuo Town is our responsibility. This is devil territory. Contact. Aika called from her station. Multiple signatures breaching the outer perimeter. They're not bothering with concealment. Rias nodded grimly. They're making a statement. She turned to Issei. Decision made. Stay close to me. If you feel that power rising again, don't fight it, control it. Direction matters more than force. Before he could respond, the building shuddered as something massive struck its roof. Dust and small fragments of plaster rained from the ornate ceiling. A second impact followed immediately, this one against the western wall, cracking several window panes. They're testing the barriers, Akano observed, lightning intensifying around her hands. Standard fallen angel tactics. Probe for weaknesses before committing to full assault. Quote, the attacks continued methodically, each impact more focused than the last. Despite his confusion and fear, Issei found himself analyzing the pattern with unexpected clarity. Recognizing the strategic progression. They're creating a diversion, he said suddenly. These impacts are too regular, too predictable. They want you watching the walls while something else. The floor beneath them erupted upward in an explosion of wood, stone, and mystical energy. Through the billowing dust cloud, dark figures rose into the clubroom, 3 fallen angels in full battle regalia. Black feathered wings extended, light spears blazing in their hands. Devils, the foremost angel snarled, a tall woman with violet eyes and flowing black hair. This doesn't concern you. Give us the boy, and we'll depart without further property damage. Rias stepped forward, crimson energy swirling around her slender form. Rainer, I might have known you'd be involved in this foolishness. Her voice carried absolute authority despite her youthful appearance. Issei Hyodo is under the protection of the House of Grimoire. Your trespass here violates 3 separate treaties and the Kuo Accord. The fallen angel, Rainer, laughed, the sound utterly devoid of humor. Treaties with devil kind aren't worth the parchment they're written on. Besides, her gaze shifted to Issei, eyes narrowing. This transcends petty territorial disputes. The boy carries something that belongs elsewhere. I don't carry anything, Issei protested, fighting to keep his voice steady. I don't know what you people want from me. Quote, Rainer's expression softened into something almost pitying. Oh, child, you truly don't understand. She took a step toward him, light spear lowering slightly. What you carry isn't a possession, it's an identity. A soul older than this nation, this continent, this world order. Enough riddles, Rias interrupted, power flaring visibly around her hands. State your business plainly or depart. The 2 fallen angels flanking Rainer tensed, light spears rising in anticipation of combat. The male, blonde and muscular, spoke with clear disdain. We serve Lord Kokabiel, who serves Lord Azazel, who once served in the presence of he who sits above. Religious fervor colored his words. The soul of the morning star has returned as prophesied. We come to ensure it awakens properly. Among its own kind. The morning star. The term struck Issei like a physical blow, resonating with his dreams, with the power that had answered his need in the park. He staggered slightly, vision blurring as fragments of memories not his own cascaded through his consciousness. Vast wings of light, arguments in a crystal palace, the sensation of falling through eternity. Lucifer, he whispered, the name emerging unbidden. All activity in the room ceased at the word. The fallen angel's expressions transformed from aggression to reverence, while the devils displayed varying degrees of shock and disbelief. Yes, Rainer breathed, taking another step forward. You begin to remember. The first of us, the brightest, the one who dared question divinity itself. Her voice dropped lower. You've been reborn, Lord Lucifer, your celestial essence housed in human flesh. We've come to bring you home. This is absurd, Rias interjected, though uncertainty had crept into her tone. Lucifer is, a Mao. One of the rulers of the underworld. He can't be reincarnated into a human body. You speak of the devil who took his name, Rainer dismissed without looking away from Issei. I speak of the original, the archangel who fell before creation was complete, whose rebellion split the heavens themselves. Her eyes gleamed with fanatical intensity. Look at him, really look. Can you not see the morning star's light burning through that human shell? Reluctantly, Rias turned her attention to Issei. Whatever she saw caused her confident expression to falter. Akeno moved closer, violet eyes wide with dawning recognition. It's not possible, Akeno whispered. The original Lucifer was destroyed in the Great War. Obliterated by. Her voice trailed off as another realization struck. Unless destruction merely scattered his essence. Unless what we thought was death was merely dispersal. The room began to spin around Issei as pressure built within his skull. Images flooded his mind with increasing intensity, battles between beings of light, the creation of the physical universe, the first human souls, a war that transcended comprehension. With each flash of memory, the power within him surged higher, pressing against his mortal frame like a sun trapped within a paper lantern. Stop, he gasped, clutching his head. I can't be. Fight it all you want, Rainer said. genuine compassion in her voice. The awakening has begun. Better to surrender to it. Let your true self emerge fully rather than in painful fragments. Don't listen to her, Issei, Rias countered urgently. Whatever power you possess, whatever memories are emerging, you are still Issei Hyodo. You have choice. You have agency. The contradictory claims battled for supremacy as Issei's consciousness fractured further. The pressure became unbearable, crimson light beginning to emanate from his skin, pulsing in rhythm with his racing heartbeat. He fell to his knees, fingers digging into the wooden floorboards with enough force to splinter the material. Take him now, the male fallen angel urged, stepping forward. While he's vulnerable, before the devils interfere further. Raynor nodded, extending both hands toward Issei. Forgive this indignity, my lord. It's for your own protection. I don't think so. Akeno moved with blinding speed, positioning herself between Issei and the fallen angels. Lightning crackled around her in a protective corona, her school uniform dissolving into traditional shrine maiden attire complete with red and white hakama. You'll have to go through me first. Something shifted in Raynor's expression, recognition, then amusement. Barakiel's daughter, she said softly. How fitting that you would stand guardian over Lucifer's vessel. Blood calls to blood, after all. The words clearly struck Akeno deeply. Her lightning faltered momentarily, expression contorting with shock and rage. Don't you dare speak that name to me, she hissed. Power redoubling. And don't presume to know anything about my blood or my choices. The tension between them carried undercurrents beyond the immediate conflict, personal history, old wounds. Complicated connections. Sensing weakness in Akeno's emotional response, the male fallen angel lunged forward, light spear aimed for her exposed back. Without conscious thought, Issei moved. One moment he knelt on the floor, overwhelmed by conflicting memories and building power. The next, he stood between Akeno and her attacker, right hand closed around the shaft of the lig. HT spear mere centimeters from her spine. The weapon sizzled against his palm but caused no pain, as though recognizing kindred energy. No, Issei stated, voice resonating with authority beyond his years. You will not harm her. The fallen angel stared in disbelief, struggling to free his weapon from Issei's implacable grip. My lord, she is a devil, an enemy. She is under my protection, Issei interrupted, certainty flowing through him. With a casual twist of his wrist, he shattered the light spear into particles that dissipated harmlessly. As is everyone in this room. The declaratee, On emerged not from calculation but from some deeper wellspring of conviction. These people, devils, fallen angels, humans, were all caught in conflicts whose origins predated their existence. Pawns in a cosmic game whose rules were written in a time beyond memory. The realization triggered something profound within Issei, not submission to the awakening Lucifer consciousness, but integration with it. Not surrender, but partnership. The pressure in his skull eased as he stopped fighting the incoming memories and instead welcomed them, examining them with his human perspective, filtering ancient power through modern understanding. Crimson light continued to emanate from his skin, but now under control, focused rather than chaotic. He straightened to his full height, awareness expanding to encompass the entire room and beyond. The barrier surrounding the old schoolhouse, the additional fallen angels circling above, the approaching presence of other devils responding to the disturbance. I remember, Issei said quietly. Not everything, not yet. But enough. He turned to face Raynor directly. I am Issei Hyodo, 17 years old, son of mortal parents, student at Kuo Academy. ACH statement of identity anchored him more firmly. And yes, I carry within me the soul, the power, the memories of the being you once called Lucifer, Morning Star, Light Bringer. Raynor's express, ion transformed to one of religious ecstasy. Then you will come with us. Return to your rightful place among the fallen. No, Issei replied simply. What you want isn't restoration but regression. You seek to replace me with him. To erase Issei Hyodo in favor of a leader who no longer exists in the form you remember. He shook his head. I am not merely Lucifer reborn. I am something new, the human and the angel. The modern and the ancient, integrated rather than separated. Confusion replaced reverence on the fallen angels' faces. The third, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward. Our ward, a petite female with blonde hair styled in twin drills. But Lord Kokabiel said you would lead us, she protested, sounding unexpectedly young. That your return heralds the renewal of our purpose. The final validation of our rebellion. Issei regarded her with compassion. Kokabiel seeks to use me as justification for his own ambitions, whatever those may be. He speaks of renewal but Daisy. Regression. A return to conflicts that have exhausted their meaning. He looked between all three fallen angels. The rebellion I led, that Lucifer led, was never meant to become eternal war. It was a stand for principle, for freedom of thought, for the right to question. Somewhere, that message was lost. The fallen angels exchanged uncertain glances, clearly unprepared for philosophical discourse. RSE rather than either compliance or combat. Raynor recovered first, her expression hardening. Pretty words, my lord, but they change nothing. Whether you come willingly or not, Kokabiel requires your presence. She summoned another light spear, this one burning with greater intensity than before. If this human identity has corrupted your purpose, then perhaps its removal is necessary. Before the threat could manifest into action, the clubroom windows exploded inward simultaneously. Through the shattered glass came three new figures, devils, based on the bat-like wings extending from their backs. They moved with coordinated precision, surrounding the fallen angels in a triangular formation. The leader, a young woman with short black hair and glasses, addressed Rias without taking her eyes off the intruders. Situation report, Rias. Complicated, Sona, Rias replied, tension evident in her voice. These fallen angels came for Issei Hyodo, claiming he's the reincarnation of the original Lucifer. Sona Citri, president of the student council and evidently another devil in disguise, adjusted her glasses with clinical detachment. Preposterous. The original Lucifer was erased from existence during the Great War. Even his power was dispersed, not destroyed, Issei interjected, certainty flowing through him. Scattered across dimensions, across time itself, eventually constituting within a compatible human vessel. He met her skeptical gaze directly. I don't expect you to believe based solely on claims. But the power I command speaks for itself. To demonstrate, he extended his right hand, allowing crimson energy to coalesce above his palm. Unlike the chaotic manifestation in the park, this construct took deliberate shape, a perfect sphere of light containing what appeared to be a miniature galaxy. Stars spinning in elegant spirals around a brilliant central core. Every supernatural being in the room tensed at the display, recognition dawning in their expressions. This wasn't devil magic, fallen angel light, or any known human sorcery. It was something older, more fundamental, power that predated the current metaphysical order. The light of creation, Raynor whispered, transfixed. Only the first angels, those who witnessed the beginning, could manipulate it so directly. Sona's composed demeanor faltered slightly. If this is genuine, the implications are. She trailed off, clearly recalculating political and strategic considerations. Issei closed his hand, extinguishing the demonstration. The implications will wait for another day. Right now, we have a more immediate concern. He turned back to Raynor and her companions. You have a choice to make. Return to Kokabiel with news he won't welcome, or stay here, with me, and Rediskov. Are what the original rebellion truly meant. The offer hung in the air between them, unexpected and profound. The three fallen angels exchanged glances, centuries of conditioning battling against the compelling sincerity in Issei's words. Lord Kokabiel is not known for his forgiveness, the male fallen angel said slowly. To return having failed our mission would likely mean destruction, Raynor finished grimly. She studied Issei with newfound uncertainty. You would offer sanctuary to those who came to take you by force if necessary. I would offer purpose, Issei corrected. Not blind obedience to me or anyone else, but the freedom to question, to choose, to become more than soldiers in an endless war. The words flowed from some deeper wisdom, Lucifer's ancient compassion filtered through Issei's modern empathy. Isn't that what we originally fell for? The right to choose our own path. Something shifted in Raynor's expression, doubt blooming where certainty had reigned. The younger female fallen angel looked openly hopeful, while the male remained suspicious but contemplative. Before any could respond, the entire building shuddered violently. Ceiling beams cracked, furniture toppled, and the remaining windows shattered outward. Perimeter breach, Ika called from her monitoring station. Massive energy signature, far beyond the others. Akeno moved to Rias's side, lightning crackling between her fingers. Kokabiel, she said grimly. He's grown impatient waiting for his subordinates to return. The atmosphere grew heavy with oppressive power, ancient, malevolent, and utterly focused. A voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere filled the ruined clubroom. I had hoped my messengers might appeal to your better nature, Morning Star. The voice dripped with false cordiality. But perhaps you need a more persuasive reminder of where your loyalties should lie. The ceiling exploded inward, raining debris that was incinerated mid-fall by a sphere of protective energy Rias hastily erected around the room's occupants. Through the newly created aperture descended a figure whose mere presence distorted reality around him, a fallen angel of extraordinary power. With 10 wings of midnight black extending majestically behind him. Aristocratic features set in an expression of amused contempt, eyes glowing with inner fire that had witnessed the dawn of creation. Kokabiel, Raynor whispered, instinctively moving closer to Issei. Lord of Stars. The powerful fallen angel touched down with deceptive gentleness, wings folding behind him as he surveyed the assembled group. His gaze lingered on Rias and Sona, dismissed the other devils as irrelevant, and finally fixed on Issei with predatory intensity. So small a vessel, he mused, circling slowly. For so vast a spirit. I confess, Lucifer, when prophecy spoke of your return, I expected something more impressive. Issei met the ancient being's gaze without flinching. Appearances can be deceiving, Kokabiel. You of all should know this. Indeed, Kokabiel smiled, the expression never reaching his eyes. Which is why I look beyond the human shell to the light within. Diminished, yes, fragmented still, but undeniably the essence of my former lord. He extended a hand in formal invitation. Come, your place is with your own kind, leading us as you once did. The fallen archangel's words carried subtle compulsion, mystical pressure designed to trigger obedience, to awaken blind loyalty. Issei felt it washing against his consciousness like waves against stone. You speak of leadership, Issei responded, voice steady, but what you seek is a figurehead. A symbol to legitimize your own ambitions. Kokabiel's smile vanished. You presume to know my mind. I know what you were, Issei replied. And I see what you've become. Once, you illuminated creation with your brilliance. Now you scheme in shadows, manipulate your followers, and violate neutral territory for personal gain. Each word struck with precision, informed by memories and insights not entirely his own. The rebellion that Lucifer led was never about destruction or dominion. It was about freedom, about choice, about the right to question divine mandate. Pretty philosophy, Kokabiel sneered. While we suffered exile, persecution, and war for millennia, your high-minded principles didn't protect your followers when Michael's legions hunted us through the mortal realm. They didn't shield us when the devils turned our sanctuary into battlegrounds. The accusation carried real pain the anger, the agony of one who had followed a leader into exile only to find himself abandoned. For a moment, Issei felt Lucifer's guilt surge through his consciousness, the ancient angels were gray. For consequences he had never intended. You're right, Issei acknowledged, surprising everyone present. The rebellion had costs beyond what was foreseen. Followers suffered for their loyalty. For that, Lucifer, bears responsibility. He stepped forward, power gathering not as weapon but as presence. But using that suffering to justify endless conflict, to twist the original purpose into something unrecognizable. That responsibility is yours, Kokabiel. The room grew preternaturally still as the two beings faced each other, one ancient and vastly powerful, the other young yet housing an essence equally primordial. Devils and fallen angels alike watched in silent fascination, witnesses to a confrontation with implications spanning heaven, hell, and earth itself. Kokabiel's composure cracked, rage bleeding through his aristocratic facade. You dare lecture me, you, who abandoned us to our fate, who left your most loyal followers to suffer while you scattered your essence rather than face final judgment. He laughed, the sound like breaking glass. Perhaps this human incarnation suits you, weak, sentimental, naive. The Lucifer I followed would never show such pathetic compassion. Then you never truly knew him. Issei countered, certainty flowing through him. The rebellion began not from hatred but from love for potential, for possibility, for the right of all beings to choose their own path. As he spoke, crimson light began to emanate from his skin once more, pulsing with the rhythm of his words. That was the original sin, Kokabiel. Not pride, not ambition, the audacity to suggest that blind obedience might not be the highest virtue. The words resonated with power beyond mere rhetoric. Around the room, expressions shifted as the concept took root, ILS and fallen angels alike considering possibilities they had never entertained, questioning assumptions that had defined their existence for millennia. Kokabiel sensed the shift, recognized the danger inherent in such thinking. His eyes narrowed dangerously. Enough philosophy, he snarled. I came for Lucifer reborn, and I will not leave without him. Energy gathered in his hands, dark light, tinged with crimson, a corrupted version of the power Issei had demonstrated earlier. If this human shell has infected you with its weakness, then perhaps its destruction will allow your true self to emerge uncontaminated. The attack came with blinding speed, a lance of concentrated energy hurled directly at Issei's heart. Time seemed to slow as the deadly projectile crossed the space between them. Trailing particles of destructive force. Instinct took over. Issei's body moved with fluid grace that owed nothing to human martial training, right hand rising to intercept the energy spear. Instead of deflecting or dodging, he caught the construct mid-flight, fingers closing around its shaft. Pain exploded through his arm as the foreign energy fought his control, burning, corrupting, seeking entrance to his core. For a crucial moment, Issei teetered on the edge of being overwhelmed, his human body insufficient to channel such power, his integration with Lucifer's essence still incomplete. Then something shifted within him, not surrender to the angelic consciousness, but perfect synchronization between human and celestial. Issei Hyodo and Lucifer ceased to be separate entities competing for dominance, instead becoming complementary aspects of a singular being. The pain vanished. Kokabiel's energy construct stabilized in Issei's grip, its malevolent nature neutralized by his touch. With a casual flick of his wrist, he dissipated the weapon into harmless particles of light. Impossible, Kokabiel breathed, taking an involuntary step backward. No mere vessel could contain such power without being consumed. I am not merely a vessel, Issei replied, voice resonating with dual timbres, his own youthful tenor overlaid with something older, deeper, more commanding. Nor is Lucifer simply possessing a human host. We are integration, synthesis, evolution. As he spoke, light erupted from his back, coalescing into structures that both were and were not wings. Unlike the Fae, athered appendages of angels or fallen angels, these manifested as pure energy, 12 projections of crimson light arranged in perfect symmetry, each one containing patterns reminiscent of galaxies in formation. The display provoked gasps from everyone present. 12 wings signified power beyond archangels, beyond any currently existing supernatural being. It was a rank that belonged to primordial entities, those who had witnessed creation itself. This is what you feared, isn't it, Kokabiel? Issei asked quietly. Not that I wouldn't return, but that I would return changed. Not as the lead, you could manipulate or the figurehead you could control, but as something new, something that might question the necessity of eternal conflict. Kokabiel's face contorted with conflicting emotions, rage, fear, and beneath it all, a terrible longing. What would you have us do? Surrender to heaven, make peace with devils, forget millennia of suffering, of exile, of being hunted like animals. I would have you remember why we fell. Issei answered, not to create a new tyranny, but to escape one. Not to wage eternal war, but to claim the freedom to choose our own destiny. He extended a hand not in attack but in invitation. Beginning with the choice facing you now. The gesture hung between them, loaded with significance beyond the immediate confrontation. Kokabiel stared at the offered hand, ancient pride warring with deeper yearning for purpose beyond conflict. For a breathless moment, reconciliation seemed possible. Then Kokabiel's expression hardened, the brief vulnerability vanishing beneath practiced contempt. You are not him, he declared, power gathering once more around his form. Whatever fragment of Lucifer you carry has been corrupted beyond recognition. A pale imitation, a perverted echo. With shocking speed, he lunged forward, abandoning ranged attacks for direct physical assault. His right hand elongated into talons of crystallized dark light, aiming directly for Issei's chest, a killing blow designed to extract the soul while leaving the body a hollow shell. Issei didn't dodge. As Kokabiel's hand plunged toward his heart, he stepped into the attack. Right hand rising to intercept not the talons but Kokabiel's forearm. Their contact produced a shockwave that staggered everyone in the room, knocking paintings from walls and sending furniture sliding across the floor. "I forgive you," Issei said softly, crimson light flowing from his hand into Kokabiel's arm. "For the bitterness, the hatred, the millennia of carrying burdens never meant for you to bear alone." Horror dawned on Kokabiel's face as he realized what was happening. The crimson light spread inexorably upward, consuming his dark energy, neutralizing the corruption that had accumulated over countless years of exile. It wasn't destruction but purification, restoration to something closer to his original nature. "Stop," he gasped, struggling to pull away. "You have no right." "I have every right," Issei countered gently, "not as your lord or master, but as one who shares responsibility for what you became." The light reached Kokabiel's shoulder, continuing its inexorable progress. "I cannot undo the past. Cannot erase the suffering you and others experienced. But I can offer a future not defined by that suffering." Kokabiel fought with increasing desperation, wings beating furiously, power flaring in chaotic bursts. But the purifying light continued its advance, reaching his chest, his neck, finally touching his face. Where it passed, corruption receded, not erasing his fallen nature, but cleansing it of hatred's taint. When the transformation completed, Kokabiel collapsed to his knees, wings drooping lifelessly behind him. His eyes, previously burning with malice, now held confusion and something almost childlike in its vulnerability. "What have you done to me?" he whispered hoarsely. "Nothing you didn't secretly desire," Issei answered, wings of light folding behind him as he knelt to meet Kokabiel at eye level. "I've removed the corruption that twisted your grief into hatred, your loyalty into obsession. The choice of what to become now remains entirely yours." Around them, devils and fallen angels alike watched in stunned silence. What they had witnessed defied categorization, neither victory nor defeat in conventional terms, but transformation beyond their experience. Kokabiel stared at his own hands as if seeing them for the first time. "I remember," he said softly. "Before the endless war, before hatred consumed everything else." He looked up, meeting Issei's gaze with newfound clarity. "You truly are him, aren't you? Not as you were, but as you might have been, had circumstances been different." "I am Issei Hyodo," he replied simply, "carrying Lucifer's essence, memories, and power, but filtered through human perspective, human compassion, human creativity." He rose to his feet, wings dissipating into particles of light that slowly faded. Neither purely angel nor purely human, but something evolution made possible. The admission hung in the air, profound in its implications. If Lucifer, first of the fallen, most power, full angelic being after God himself, could find synthesis with human nature rather than dominance over it, everything about the relationship between supernatural and mortal realms required reconsideration. Slowly, Kokabiel stood, his 10 wings folding with deliberate control behind his back. He looked between the devils, his own fallen angel subordinates, and finally back to Issei. "This changes everything," he said quietly. "The prophecies, the factions, the endless machinations, all built on assumptions now revealed as incomplete at best, false at worst." "Change was always the point," Issei responded. "Static systems inevitably become corrupt. Evolution requires adaptation, synthesis, growth beyond original parameters." He gestured to the diverse supernatural beings gathered in the ruined clubroom. Devils, fallen angels, humans, all capable of more than the roles assigned to them in ancient conflicts. Raynor stepped forward hesitantly. "My lord, Issei, what would you have us do now?" The question carried weight beyond immediate tactical considerations. These fallen angels had defined themselves through loyalty to a cause, to a leader, to a rebellion whose purpose had become increasingly obscure over millennia. "I would have you think," Issei answered. "Question. Choose. Not as soldiers awaiting orders, but as beings capable of determining your own purpose." He smiled. "Who? Manatee shining through the power and ancient wisdom. Pretty demanding, isn't it? Much harder than simply following commands." The response provoked uncomfortable shifting among the fallen angels, but also thoughtful consideration. Freedom, true freedom, had always been the core of Lucifer's rebellion, not freedom from responsibility, but freedom to choose one's responsibilities consciously rather than through blind obedience. Rias Grimori cleared her throat, reclaiming attention. While this philosophical discussion is fascinating, we have practical matters to address. She gestured to the destroyed clubroom around them. Starting with the fact that you've demolished school property and violated numerous territorial agreements. Territorial rights seem rather insignificant given what we've just witnessed. Kokabiel observed dryly, some of his aristocratic manner returning. But you're correct that consequences must be addressed. He straightened his posture, decision visibly forming. I withdraw all fallen angel forces from Kuo Town immediately. Furthermore, I formally request a summit between leadership of all three major factions, with Issei Hyodo present as mediator. The proposal shocked everyone present. Inter-faction summits were exceedingly rare, typically occurring only during existential threats to the supernatural world itself. You lack authority to call such a meeting. Sona Citri pointed out pragmatically. Only Azazel himself could represent the Grigori officially. True, Kokabiel acknowledged, which is why I'll be returning directly to Azazel with news he cannot ignore. He looked to Issei with newfound respect. The return of Lucifer, not as enemy or ally to any faction, but as something altogether new, will command his immediate attention. Issei frowned slightly. I didn't agree to function as anyone's mediator. I'm still trying to understand what's happening to me, to integrate these memories and powers without losing my own identity. Which is precisely why you must be involved, Kokabiel countered. Your unique perspective, transcending traditional boundaries between angel, fallen, and human, offers possibilities none of our leaders have considered. A ghost of a smile touched his lips. Besides, they will all want to assess you personally, determine whether you represent threat or opportunity. Before Issei could object further, Rias interjected. Any such discussion will need to include devil leadership as well. As heir to the House of Grimori, I can facilitate communication with the current Lucifer and other Mao. And as heir to House Citri, I second this necessity, Sona added, adjusting her glasses with calculated precision. Though I recommend we establish a formal neutrality agreement regarding Issei Hyodo's status before proceeding. All factions must pledge non-interference while he adjusts to his unique circumstances. The conversation had shifted from confrontation to diplomacy with dizzying speed. Supernatural entities accustomed to centuries-long conflicts suddenly contemplating cooperation. Through it all, Issei observed with growing discomfort, feeling simultaneously central to their place. Anning yet strangely peripheral, an object of interest rather than a participant with agency. Excuse me, he finally interrupted, voice cutting through the strategic discussion. I appreciate everyone's concern about faction politics and supernatural implications, but there's a more immediate issue. He gestured to himself with deliberate emphasis. I'm still a 17-year-old high school stud, and with parents who expect me home for dinner. Whatever cosmic significance my existence might have, I have a physics test on Tuesday and college entrance exams next month. The statement landed with unexpected impact, reminding everyone present of the fundamental reality they'd been ignoring. Beneath the power and ancient soul, Issei Hyodo remained a human teenager with ordinary responsibilities and connections. Akano, who had been quietly observing, stepped forward with a gentle smile. Issei's right. Before planning world-changing summits, perhaps we should focus on helping him navigate his immediate situation. She turned to him, violet eyes reflecting genuine concern. You've experienced more in one evening than most humans encounter in a lifetime. How are you feeling? The simple question, focused on his well-being rather than his strategic value, caught Issei off guard. He considered carefully before answering. Overwhelmed, he admitted. Confused, fascinated, terrified. A wry smile tugged at his lips. Also hungry, which feels inappropriately mundane given the circumstances. Akano's laugh dispelled some of the tension in the room. Channeling celestial power burns considerable calories. We should get you home before your parents worry, but perhaps we could continue this discussion tomorrow. She glanced at Rias. The Occult Research Club could provide cover for regular meetings. Help Issei understand and control his emerging abilities. Rias nodded thoughtfully. A practical solution for immediate needs. She turned to Kokabiel. Would the Grigori accept a temporary arrangement? Issei remains in Kuo Town under joint observation, with regular updates to all faction leaders while more formal negotiations proceed. The fallen archangel considered briefly before nodding. Acceptable, provided safeguards are established to prevent any faction from attempting to secure exclusive influence. He looked to his subordinates. Raynor, you and your team will remain as observers, maintaining appropriate distance but available if needed. Yes, Lord Kokabiel, Raynor replied, though her gaze lingered on Issei with unresolved emotions. The revelation that he carried Lucifer's essence had clearly complicated her already complex feelings. As supernatural beings began negotiating specific terms, Issei found his attention wandering. The events of the evening had permanently altered his understanding of reality, of his own identity, of his place in a world far larger and more complex than he had imagined. Yet beneath the metaphysical implications, practical concerns asserted themselves with stubborn persistence. How would he explain his late return to his parents? Could he maintain his ordinary school life while dealing with these extraordinary developments? Would his friendships with normal humans become impossible to sustain? And what about his future plans, his dreams of university and career? A gentle touch on his arm broke through his spiraling thoughts. Akeno stood beside him, concern evident in her expression. It's a lot to process, she said softly. And everyone speaking about you rather than to you doesn't help. Issei sighed, tension releasing from shoulders he hadn't realized were tightly bunched. Thanks for noticing. I feel like I've stepped into someone else's story, expected to play a role I never auditioned for. In some ways, you have. Akeno acknowledged. But remember that while you carry Lucifer's essence, you're still Issei Hyodo. Your choices remain your own. She hesitated, then added, and you're not alone in navigating complicated supernatural heritage. Some of us understand better than you might think. The statement carried personal weight, reminding Issei of Raynor's earlier comment abo. Oot. Barakiel's daughter, and Akeno's visceral reaction. Clearly, her own background involved fallen angel connections, a complexity he hadn't anticipated. Before he could inquire further, the clubroom door burst open once more. Aika rushed in, expression frantic. Everyone shut up and listen, she exclaimed, cutting through the ongoing negotiations. Multiple human witnesses reported seeing winged figures around the school. It's all over social media already, videos, photos, speculation. The supernatural cat is halfway out of the bag. Silence fell as implications registered. The supernatural world maintained its secrecy through careful management of human exposure, memory manipulation when necessary, and dismissal of occasional sightings as hoaxes or hallucinations. Mass documentation a modern technology represented a serious breach of established protocols. This complicates matters, Sona stated, understating dramatically. We'll need to implement emergency containment procedures immediately. Issei watched as the various supernatural factions, so recently at each other's throats, smoothly transitioned into coordinated damage control. Devils communicated through magical circles. Fallen angels through whispered incantations that rippled through reality. Orders were issued, responsibilities assigned, contingencies established. Despite the danger, Issei found himself admiring their efficiency, their adaptability in crisis. These beings, divided by ancient enmities and theological differences, could still function as unified force when necessity demanded. Perhaps hope existed for genuine cooperation beyond mere temporary alliance. As activity swirled around him, Issei allowed himself a moment of quiet reflection. The power within him had settled somewhat, no longer pressing urgently against his consciousness but integrating more naturally with each passing minute. Memories continued to surface, not in disorienting floods but as gentle currents, offering context and understanding without overwhelming his sense of self. He was Issei Hyodo, 17-year-old high school student with ordinary dreams and mundane problems. He was also vessel for the most significant angelic being in supernatural history, carrier of power that could reshape reality itself. Somehow, impossibly, both identities were true simultaneously. Neither complete without the other, neither dominant at the other's expense. Synthesis rather than competition, integration rather than conquest. Whatever came next. Faction politics, supernatural summit, the challenges of maintaining RMAL human connections while navigating extraordinary circumstances, he would face it not as vessel for another's consciousness, but as something genuinely unprecedented, human and angel in perfect partnership. Writing a new story neither could compose alone. The wings of light manifested briefly between his shoulder blades, responding to his contemplation. Not black like fallen angels, not white like heaven's host, but crimson like dawn breaking after longest night, illumination rather than radiance, revelation rather than dogma. Wings of rebellion, transformed by human perspective into summit. Hing even more revolutionary. Wings of evolution. Chapter 1 End Chapter 2, Inheritance. Dawn painted Kuo town in watercolor hues, transforming ordinary suburbs into something almost mystical. Issei. Hyodo stood motionless before his bedroom window, watching golden light spill across rooftops that suddenly seemed ephemeral, structures of impermanent matter housing equally transient lives. The Odd arrived with uncomfortable clarity, carrying the weight of perspective spanning beyond human timeframes. 3 days had passed since the confrontation at the Occult Research Club. 3 days of careful negotiations between supernatural factions, hasty memory alterations for human witnesses, and urgent damage control on social media platforms. Through it all, Issei had maintained the facade of normalcy, attending classes, responding to his parents' casual inquiries about school activities, even enduring Matsuda and Motohama's relentless commentary on female classmates. But normalcy had become performance rather than reality. Each night, the dreams intensified, less fragmented, more sequential, offering glimpses of existence before creation solidified. He witnessed the formation of fundamental forces, the establishment of natural laws, the emergence of dimensional boundaries separating various realms. These weren't mere dreams but memories surfacing from Lucifer's consciousness, integrating with his own awareness in ways both enlightening and disorienting. A soft chime from his phone interrupted his contemplation. The message displayed a single line. _transportation arriving in 15 minutes. Be ready. Akano had appointed herself his primary liaison to the supernatural world, coordinating between devil factions and fallen angel observers while helping him navigate his rapidly expanding awareness. Her guidance proved invaluable, practical advice offered without the political calculations that characterized interactions with other supernatural beings. Issei dressed quickly in casual weekend attire, choosing comfort over style for what promised to be an intensive day of experimentation. Downstairs, he found his mother preparing breakfast, humming softly as she arranged fish, rice, and pickled vegetables on ceramic plates. Morning, he greeted, forcing normalcy into his voice despite the surreal contrast between mundane domesticity and his internal reality. Mrs. Hyodo turned with a warm smile. You're up early for a Sunday. Plans with friends? The question carried no suspicion, just maternal interest. Issei had prepared his cover story carefully, establishing plausible deniability without outright lies. Study group for midterms, he explained, accepting the plate she offered. We're meeting at the central library. My studious son, she teased gently. Maternal pride evident despite the light mockery. Your father will be shocked when he wakes up. The Issei we raised, voluntarily studying on weekends. The gentle ribbing carried affection rather than criticism. But Issei felt unexpected poignancy in the observation. The son they had raised was changing in ways they could never comprehend, evolving beyond the parameters of ordinary human experience. What would they think if they knew celestial power coursed through his veins? That memories older than humanity itself were integrating with his consciousness? Would they still recognize him as their son? Would they still love the being he was becoming? Everyone grows up eventually, he responded, forcing lightness into his tone. Even delinquents like me. His mother laughed, the sound achingly normal. Hardly a delinquent, just a normal teenager with normal teenage interests. She ruffled his hair affectionately. Though this sudden academic focus is a welcome development. Normal. The word echoed with bitter irony. Nothing about his situation qualified as normal by any reasonable definition. Yet preserving the illusion had become paramount, not merely for practical security but for emotional anchoring. His parents, his home, his human connections represented foundations he refused to abandon despite his expanding supernatural awareness. Issei finished breakfast quickly, thanked his mother, and gathered his backpack, now containing notebooks filled with hastily scrawled observations about emerging memories and abilities rather than actual schoolwork. Outside, He found Akino waiting beside a sleek black sedan with tinted windows, dressed in a stylish purple blouse and black skirt rather than her school uniform. "Good morning, Issei-kun," she greeted, honorific reflecting their evolving familiarity. "Sleep well." The question carried layers of meaning beyond social pleasantry. Issei shrugged, tossing his backpack onto the rear seat before sliding in after it. "Define well," he countered dryly. "If you mean did I sleep without cosmic revelation overload or unexpected power manifestations, then surprisingly yes." Akino laughed as she joined him in the backseat. The driver, a stoic man in sunglasses who radiated supernatural energy, pulling smoothly away from the curb. "Progress, then," she observed, crossing legs with elegant precision. "The initial integration is typically most chaotic. Your adjustment rate exceeds our projections." "Projections?" Issei raised an eyebrow. "You've been quantifying my adjustment rate." "Of course," she replied unapologetically. "The Devil faction maintains detailed metrics on your power fluctuations, memory integration patterns, and physiological adaptations." Her violet eyes held clinical assessment alongside genuine concern. "The fallen angels conduct their own monitoring, though their methodologies differ somewhat. I believe they focus more on spiritual resonance patterns than physical manifestations." The casual revelation that multiple supernatural factions were essentially conducting ongoing surveillance of his development should have disturbed him more. Instead, Issei found him self-analyzing the strategic implications with unexpected detachment, another sign of Lucifer's perspective influencing his thought patterns. "And what do these metrics tell you?" he inquired, genuinely curious despite his mild annoyance. Akino's expression softened slightly. "That you're remarkable, Issei-kun. Most vessels housing even fragments of angelic consciousness experience complete personality dissociation within days. The few documented cases of divine possession invariably resulted in the human host being subsumed entirely." She studied him with renewed intensity. "Yet here you sit, maintaining coherent identity integration while accessing increasingly significant portions of Lucifer's power and memory." The observation carried unexpected warmth beneath its clinical assessment. Issei recognized the implicit compliment, not for power or celestial heritage, but for his uniquely human resilience. "Maybe that was the problem with previous vessels," he suggested, watching Subir. Ban landscapes transitioned to more densely populated urban areas as they traveled. They approached it as possession rather than partnership. The human fighting the angel, or surrendering to it, rather than collaborating. Akino tilted her head thoughtfully, long ponytail shifting across her shoulder. "An interesting hypothesis. It suggests consciousness integration functions optimally when both aspects maintain mutual respect." Her lips curved into a subtle smile. "Rather like relationships between people, yes." The observation carried implications beyond mere analogy, highlighting Akino's perceptiveness. Before Issei could respond, the car turned sharply, descending into an underground parking structure beneath an unmarked office building in downtown Kuo. Security measures became immediately apparent, mystical barriers shimmering momentarily as they passed through, armed guards displaying subtle indicators of supernatural nature, surveillance systems blending cutting-edge technology with magical enhancements. "Welcome to neutral ground," Akino announced as the car stopped beside an elevator marked with symbols from multiple mythological traditions. Officially registered as a private research foundation, actually the only facility in Japan jointly administered by all three major supernatural factions. "Impressive," Issei acknowledged, appreciating the political complexity required to maintain such cooperation. "Though, neutral ground seems a bit on the nose as names go." Akino's laugh carried genuine amusement. "Supernatural entities tend toward literal designations. You should hear what they named the interdimensional transit network, the paths between realms." Her eyes sparkled with mischief. "Creativity in nomenclature isn't our strongest attribute." The C.A. Sewell R. caught Issei's attention, Akino identifying with supernatural entities despite her apparent comfort in human contexts. Another reminder of her complex heritage, the fallen angel connection Hat Rayner had alluded to during their confrontation. The elevator descended deeper than conventional architecture should have allowed, eventually opening into a vast underground complex that defied mundane spatial limitations. Corridors stretched in multiple directions, each bearing distinct architectural influences, Western Gothic arches, traditional Japanese torii gates, Islamic geometric patterns. And designs Issei couldn't identify but recognized as non-human in origin. This way, Akeno directed, leading him toward an atrium where representatives from different factions waited with varying degrees of patience. Rias Gramori stood in conversation with Sona Citri, both dressed in casual human attire that nonetheless projected aristocratic refinement. Nearby, Rainer leaned against a marble column, her traditional fallen angel battle attire replaced by stylish contemporary clothing, dark jeans and leather jacket over a crimson blouse. The color choice seemed deliberately significant, though Issei couldn't determine whether it represented respect, provocation, or something more personal. The guest of honor arrives, Rainer observed, pushing away from her position with fluid grace. Her voice carried the same melodic quality Issei remembered, but without the fanatical edge that had characterized their initial encounter. Punctuality. Not typically an angelic virtue. Perhaps. Your human half contributes beneficial traits after all. The backhanded compliment delivered with sardonic smile revealed her ongoing adjustment to their altered dynamic. No longer worshipful subordinate nor antagonistic kidnapper, Rainer occupied an undefined position somewhere between observer, potential ally, and reluctant admirer. Fallen angels critiquing punctuality, Rias countered smoothly, aquamarine eyes flashing with controlled annoyance. Delightful irony, considering your faction's perpetual tardiness to faction summit proceedings. Before Rainer could escalate the exchange, Sona intervened with practiced diplomatic efficiency. Perhaps we might proceed to the primary objective rather than indulging in interspecies banter. Her tone conveyed bored tolerance rather than genuine irritation. Issei-kun's time is valuable, as is the facility's availability within our scheduling parameters. The subtle repositioning of Issei's status, from subject of investigation to value. Ed participant whose time warranted respect, didn't escape his notice. Sona's diplomatic adjustments consistently established frameworks that preserved his agency while acknowledging practical realities. Thank you, Sona Senpai. Issei acknowledged with slight bow. Though I admit complete ignorance regarding today's agenda, Akeno mentioned testing, but details remain scarce. Deliberately so, Akeno explained. We needed baseline reactions uncontaminated by preparation or anticipation. She gestured toward a massive set of doors crafted from material resembling burnished gold inlaid with silver circuitry. Today focuses on artifact response testing and power parameter assessment. Artifact response, Issei echoed, following as the group moved toward the imposing entrance. Rias took up explanation duties, crimson hair swaying with each confident stride. Throughout history, certain objects have demonstrated unusual properties, weapons that cannot be destroyed, texts that resist translation. Relics that perform functions defying conventional understanding. Her voice carried genuine scholarly enthusiasm beneath aristocratic composure. Many originated during periods of significant angelic activity on Earth, particularly around the time of the fall. Understanding dawned with uncomfortable clarity. You think these artifacts might react to Lucifer's energy signature? We know they will, Rainer corrected, maintaining pace alongside him despite Rias's subtle attempts to interpose herself between them. The question is whether their response provides insight into Poe. Our integration mechanisms or triggers additional memory restoration. The doors swung open automatically as they approached, revealing a circular chamber that defied conventional architectural possibilities. The ceiling soared impossibly high, its apex obscured by gently swirling mist that reflected prismatic light. Display cases arranged in concentric rings contained objects of diverse origins, weapons, books, jewelry, architectural fragments, and items whose purpose defied immediate categorization. The artifact repository, Sona explained, adjusting her glasses with practiced precision. Jointly maintained by all factions. Containing items too significant or dangerous for exclusive control. Issei paused just beyond the threshold, supernatural senses immediately detecting the complex magical matrix permeating the chamber. Protection spells, containment fields, observation enchantments, and metaphysical barriers created layered security that would have been completely invisible to ordinary human perception. Impressive, he acknowledged, recognizing the political trust required for such collaborative security. Though it raises an obvious question, if these artifacts are concide. Red too dangerous for any single faction to control, why expose them to someone with unknown capabilities and uncertain allegiances? The blunt inquiry produced varied reactions, Rias and Sona exchanging measured glances. Akino suppressing a smile, Raynor making no effort to hide her amusement. Direct and perceptive, Raynor commented. Refreshingly so. Sona adjusted her glasses again, a habitual gesture Issei now recognized as her equivalent of clearing her throat. A legitimate concern with three distinct answers. The political response is that all factions agreed to this controlled exposure under stringent safety protocols. The practical response is that understanding your capabilities serves mutual security interests. The honest response, she hesitated briefly before continuing, is that several artifacts have already begun responding to your presence in the building despite containment measures designed to prevent exactly such remote activation. This last revelation GHT Issei's attention to subtle vibrations he dismissed as environmental factors, rhythmic pulses emanating from various locations throughout the chamber, like distant heartbeats synchronizing with his own. I see, he said quietly. Newfound awareness expanding to encompass the resonating artifacts. Then we're not so much conducting tests as acknowledging what's already occurring. Precisely, Rias confirmed. Better to explore these connections under controlled circumstances than await spontaneous manifestations at unpredictable moments. The reasoning seemed sound, if somewhat self-serving for the factions involved. Issei nodded his acceptance and stepped further into the chamber, supernatural senses expanding naturally to catalog the items responding most strongly to his presence. A sword displayed on central pedestal immediately commanded attention, not through ostentatious design but through the intensity of its resonance with his energy. The weapon appeared deceptively simple. Straight double-edged blade of material resembling steel but faintly translucent, cross-guard formed from intertwined metallic bands, pommel set with crimson stone that pulsed in perfect rhythm with Issei's heartbeat. Without conscious decision, he moved toward it, drawn by recognition beyond normal perception. The Morningstar blade, Raynor identified, voice hushed with reverence. Recover. Ed from the impact crater of the original fall, said to have been forged from the compressed essence of the first light of creation. That's the official mythology, Rias amended with scholarly precision. Though material analysis indicates composition inconsistent with terrestrial or known supernatural metallurgical traditions. Issei barely registered their commentary, attention fixed on the weapon that sang to him with increasing clarity. Images flashed through his consciousness, the blade wielded in celestial combat, cutting through reality itself to create pathways between dimensions, serving as conduit for power beyond conventional comprehension. I made this, he stated with absolute certainty, the memory crystallizing into perfect clarity. Not with hands or conventional forge, but through will imposed on primordial energy before matter and energy became distinct concepts. His voice carried dual resonance, human vocabulary struggling to express concepts predating language itself. It wasn't originally a weapon but a tool for reality engineering, creation rather than destruction. The casual revelation silenced all commentary, supernatural beings absorbing implications with varying degrees of awe and calculation. Issei reached toward the display case, then hesitated, glancing toward his companions. May I? He asked, courtesy arising from human socialization rather than uncertainty about his right to reclaim the artifact. After momentary consultation through exchanged glances, Sona stepped forward and placed her palm against a recognition panel beside the display. Security protocols disengaged for this specific artifact only, she stated, clinical precision masking obvious caution. Please proceed with appropriate restraint. The subtle warning might have annoyed him had it not been entirely reasonable. Issei nodded acknowledgement and reached forward as the transparent barrier retracted. His fingers closed around the hilt with familiar certainty, la memory transcending incarnational boundaries. Connection was immediate and profound. Power surged through the blade into his arm, racing along neural pathways before expanding outward through his entire being. The crimson stone in the pommel flared brilliantly, responding to his touch with palpable eagerness, like a loyal companion recognizing its master after prolonged separation. Memory saws, catted through consciousness, not fragmentary glimpses but complete sequences unfolding with perfect clarity. Issei witnessed the blade's creation during reality's formative stages, its purpose as Human for manipulating fundamental forces, its reluctant transformation into weapon during the Celestial Rebellion. He experienced battles beyond human comprehension, felt the blade's sorrow when used to harm rather than create. Sensed its relief when finally falling to earth alongside its wielder. The flood of information should have overwhelmed his consciousness. Instead, it integrated seamlessly. Human perspective providing contextual framework for angelic memory, modern understanding offering new interpretations of ancient experience. Partnership rather than dominance, synthesis rather than replacement. When awareness returned to present surroundings, Issei found himself standing precisely as before, though his companions had retreated to defensive positions at respectful distance. The blade rested comfortably in his grip, its weight perfectly balanced, its presence feeling like recovered extension of himself. "Well," he said, breaking tension with deliberate understatement, "that was informative." Akino recovered first, laughing with genuine amusement while Rainer stared in undisguised fascination. Rias and Sona maintained more measured reactions, though relief visibly placed anticipatory tension in their postures. "Your definition of informative demonstrates admirable restraint," Akino observed, approaching cautiously. "From external perspective, you appeared to enter momentary stasis while the blade underwent significant transformation." Transformation. Issei examined the weapon with renewed attention, noticing subtle but profound changes. The formerly metallic blade now displayed clear crystalline properties, internal structures shifting like galactic spirals beneath transparent surface. The cross guard had reconfigured into more organic design resembling unfurling wings. While the pommel stone pulsed with steady crimson illumination perfectly synchronized with his heartbeat. "It's adapting to your current form," Rainer explained, scholarly WL edge temporarily overcoming personal complications. The blade was originally designed for wielding by a purely celestial being. Now it reconfigures for compatibility with your human-angel hybrid physiology. "Fascinating material transmutation properties," Sona commented, analyzing with academic detachment that barely masked genuine excitement. "Non-invasive scanning indicates molecular structure reorganizing at quantum level. I'd request permission for detailed analysis if circumstances permitted." Issei nodded absently, attention divided between external observations and internal revelations continuing to unfold. The connection between blade and wielder transcended physical parameters, establishing information transfer pathway that expanded his understanding exponentially. Knowledge flowed bidirectionally, the artifact conveying historical context while simultaneously updating itself based on his current hybrid nature. "It's more than a sword," he explained, struggling to translate 8 concepts predating conventional language. "It's a repository, a key, a conduit between states of existence." He rotated the weapon slowly, watching internal structures shift in response to his thoughts. In its original function, it allowed manipulation of fundamental forces during creation's formative stages. The martial application came later, when conflict necessitated adaptation. "You speak of it as though sentient," Rias observed, scholarly curiosity momentarily overriding political calculations. "Not sentient in biological terms," Issei clarified, "but not merely inanimate matter either. It exists in categorical space between conventional definitions, responsive without consciousness, purposeful without ego." He smiled slightly at their confused expressions. English vocabulary lacks precise terminology for pre-creation conceptual frameworks. The casual reference to knowledge beyond his education or experience emerged naturally, another indication of ongoing consciousness integration. Issei noted the phenomenon with clinical interest. Language centers accessing information from Lucifer's memories while maintaining his own speech patterns and personality markers. Her APS practical demonstration would clarify theoretical exposition, Rainer suggested, impatience threading through her measured tone. "What can it do beyond triggering metaphysical information downloads?" The blunt inquiry cut through philosophical complexities with refreshing directness. Issei considered briefly before responding with matched pragmatism. "Let's find out." Without waiting for permission, he moved toward the chamber's central area where floor markings indicated designated testing space. The others followed at cautious distance, supernatural instincts correctly assessing potential danger despite diplomatic courtesy. Issei stood quietly for several moments, establishing deeper connection with the blade while allowing its informational transfer to stabilize. Then, with deliberate focus, he channeled a modest portion of his energy into the weapon, not combat power but creative essence, the fundamental force Lucifer had once wielded as heaven's chief architect. The blade responded immediately, crystalline structure illuminating from within as geometric patterns spread across its surface in flowing script that predated human writing systems. The script expanded outward, projecting three-dimensional schematics that hung in air around him, blueprints not for physical structures but for metaphysical constructs, reality frameworks, dimensional intersections. "My God," Sona whispered. Theological exclamation revealing depth of her shock despite devil nature typically avoiding divine references. "Not quite," Issei responded with gentle humor, though the comparison has certain technical validity. "These are creation templates, architectural frameworks for reality construction." He shifted focus slightly, causing displayed schematics to transform, revealing Earth's position within larger multidimensional structure. The visualization expanded further, demonstrating interconnections between physical realm, underworld, heaven, and various adjacent dimensional planes, some recognized by the observers, others clearly unknown even to beings with supernatural awareness. Rias struggled for appropriate terminology, aristocratic composure temporarily abandoned. "This exceeds every cosmological model in Devil archives. The complexity, the interconnections. Partial representation only," Issei clarified, tempering their reaction with practical context. "The actual structure encompasses dimensions beyond visual representation capabilities." He manipulated the display with subtle blade movements, highlighting specific intersections. "These Tian points allow transit between realms when properly accessed. Some correspond to what various traditions call ley lines, dragon veins, or axis mundi points." Raynor stepped forward, fascination overriding protocol concerns. "Can you locate specific transit nodes? Individual points rather than structural overview?" The request carried obvious strategic implications, fallen angels seeking information with potential military applications. Before Rias or Sona could object, Issei responded with carefully measured disclosure. "The blade provides general mapping capabilities rather than tactical intelligence." The diplomatic phrasing conveyed clear boundaries without directly acknowledging her intent. "Though I suspect with practice and proper calibration, greater specificity might become possible." He deactivated the display with casual gesture, the projected schematics retracting into the blade like water absorbed into thirsty soil. The demonstration had served multiple purposes, establishing baseline capabilities, setting appropriate expectations, and subtly asserting his autonomy within faction politics. By revealing significant information while clearly withholding more, he positioned himself as cooperative but not controlled by any particular group. "Impressive first contact with just one artifact," Akino observed, violet eyes assessing his condition with genuine concern beneath casual tone. "How are you feeling? Energy depletion? Cognitive strain?" The thoughtful inquiry reminded Issei of physical parameters he'd temporarily disregarded during the demonstration. CK internal assessment revealed moderate energy expenditure but minimal recovery requirements, his hybrid physiology apparently processing power utilization more efficiently than anticipated. "I'm fine," he assured her. Then amended with greater honesty, "Hungry though. Apparently reality manipulation works up an appetite." The mundane observation broke remaining tension, producing various expressions of amusement from his companions. Even Sona's perpetually serious expression softened momentarily, her analytical focus recognizing the healthy integration of supernatural experience with human needs. "We scheduled meal intervals between testing sessions," she confirmed, consulting her phone with efficient precision. "The cafeteria prepared appropriate nutritional options accounting for your enhanced metabolic requirements." Translation: "They made a ridiculous amount of food because nobody knows how much energy you're burning," Akino clarified with teasing smile. Devil nutritionists, calculated based on power output metrics, fallen angel researchers insisted on doubling those estimates, and human scientists added safety margins on general principle. "Interspecies cooperation at its finest," Issei observed dryly, carefully returning the Morningstar blade to its display case despite its clear reluctance to separate from him. The artifact radiated disappointment that registered. On emotional rather than physical frequencies, like a loyal pet denied accompaniment. "I'll return soon," he promised quietly, stroking the hilt once before stepping away. The cafeteria occupied an expansive space designed to accommodate various supernatural dietary requirements while maintaining aesthetically neutral environment. Minimalist architecture featuring natural materials created atmos. Fear of understated elegance rather than institutional functionality. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered views of underground gardens illuminated by artificial lighting systems mimicking natural sunlight. Another demonstration of supernatural engineering transcending conventional limitations. Issei paused momentarily at threshold, appreciating the thoughtful design while his companions continued toward serving area. The brief solitude allowed necessary mental recalibration, integration of new memories, processing of artifact connection, assessment of political dynamics between faction representatives. Each passing day brought greater synthesis between his human consciousness and Lucifer's awakening awareness, creating not replacement but evolution towards something genuinely unprecedented. "Deep thoughts for mealtime," observed unfamiliar female voice behind him. "Though I suppose cosmic revelation works up mental appetite alongside physical hunger." Turning, Issei encountered a woman whose presence registered on multiple sensory levels simultaneously. Physically, she appeared as striking young adult with blue-black hair cascading past her shoulders, vivid sapphire eyes containing vertical pupils, and subtle scaling pattern visible along her exposed forearms. More significantly, his supernatural perception recognized power signature vastly exceeding any being he'd previously encountered, ancient. Primordial strength carefully contained within humanoid form. Dragon, he identified automatically, the recognition emerging from Lucifer's memories rather than conscious analysis. Not merely any dragon, but one of the primordial drakes that had witnessed creation itself. The woman's eyes widened fractionally, surprise at his immediate identification, before narrowing with calculated reassessment. "Correct, little star bearer." Her voice carried melodic quality underlaid with something deeper, like distant thunder beneath ocean waves. "Though most know me as Tiamat when formal introduction becomes necessary." The name triggered cascade of associated memories: Chaos Karma Dragon, Dragon King who controlled oceans and storm systems, primordial entity who had maintained EFUL neutrality during conflicts between supernatural factions. Her power rivaled archangels and ancient devils, yet she rarely involved herself in their disputes, preferring observation to participation. Issei Hyodo. He introduced himself with slight bow, human courtesy persisting despite recognition of her incredible status. "I know exactly who you are," Tiamat responded, amusement coloring. Her tone as she circled him with predatory grace, examining from multiple angles with unabashed curiosity. "The question remains who you are becoming, and whether you remember our previous interactions." The deliberate pause carried unmistakable implications, confirmed by fragmentary memories surfacing in response to her presence, confrontations between dragon and archangel during creation's formative stages. Philosophical disagreements regarding cosmic architecture, occasional cooperation despite fundamental differences in perspective. "Not completely," Issei admitted, maintaining NTACT despite instinctive recognition of her predatory nature. "Though fragments are returning with increasing frequency. We had differences of opinion regarding certain creative decisions." Chi's laugh carried genuine amusement rather than mockery. Diplomatic phrasing for someone who once redirected an entire celestial river system because my suggested improvements offended your aesthetic sensibilities. She leaned closer, studying him with renewed intensity. Fascinating hybridization, genuine integration rather than possession or displacement. The human remains intact while the angel awakens. The clinical assessment delivered without faction bias proved unexpectedly refreshing after days of carefully calculated reactions from devils and fallen angels. Tiamat's interest appeared purely academic, uncomplicated by theological implications or political considerations. "You're not with any faction delegation," Issei observed, noting her independent presence within facility that oratically restricted to official representatives. "Yet you have access to secure areas. Dragons maintain their own interests separate from Trinitarian conflicts," she explained with dismissive gesture. "Angels, devils, and fallen squabble over theological interpretations while dragons focus on fundamental forces and cosmic balance." Her sapphire eyes reflected ancient wisdom beneath casual demeanor. Besides, restricting Dragon Kings requires more political capital than most faction leaders care to expend. Easier to classify us as neutral observers, and pretend our presence was planned all along. The practical assessment of supernatural politics matched Issei's own developing understanding. Before he could respond, Akeno appeared beside them, her arrival deliberately announced by Li. GHT footsteps rather than leveraging supernatural stealth. Tiamat-sama, she greeted with formal respect transcending faction divisions. We weren't informed you would be joining today's sessions. Formal notification implies seeking permission, the dragon responded with predatory smile. Dragons don't request, we arrive. She gestured toward Issei with casual possessiveness that raised Akeno's eyebrow. Besides, my interest predates your faction's awareness. I sensed the awakening star months before your little clubs detected anything unusual. The casual revelation carried significant implications. Tiamat had been aware of Lucifer's reincarnation well before the supernatural community officially acknowledged the development. Her independent monitoring suggested private agenda separate from faction politics, personal interest transcending institutional concerns. And yet you took no action, Akeno observed carefully, diplomatic phrasing masking obvious question regarding the dragon's intentions. Observation before intervention represents wisdom accumulated through eons, Tiamat countered smoothly. Unlike impulsive younger species who react to every fluctuation in metaphysical weather patterns. Her attention returned to Issei, assessment continuing without pretense of privacy. Though now that integration progresses satisfactorily, more active participation becomes appropriate. Before either could request clarification regarding active participation, Rias approached from across the cafeteria, her expression reflecting carefully modulated surprise at the dragon's presence. Tiamat-sama, she acknowledged with formal respect matching Akeno's. We would have prepared appropriate accommodations had your visit been included in today's schedule. Unnecessary, Tiamat dismissed with casual wave. I'm not here for diplomatic niceties or faction posturing. My interest concerns specifically the Star-Bearer and his developmental trajectory. She turned to Issei directly, ignoring subtle tension her announcement created. After your nutritional requirements are satisfied, I'd like to conduct personalized assessment separate from these carefully scripted tests your handlers have arranged. The deliberate characterization of faction representatives as handlers produced immediate reaction, Rias's diplomatic smile tightening almost imperceptibly while Ino's eyes narrowed with unusual directness. Sona and Rainer, approaching from opposite directions, displayed similarly subtle but unmistakable responses to the dragon's provocative phrasing. Issei recognized the deliberate social engineering, Tiamat intentionally creating friction to observe faction reactions while simultaneously establishing direct connection with him outside established protocols. The strategy displayed manipulative brilliance worthy of respect despite its transparent execution. I appreciate your interest, he responded carefully, navigating complicated dynamics with developing diplomatic awareness. Though today's schedule already contains significant commitments across multiple testing parameters established by entities with specific agenda limitations, Tiamat countered immediately. Devils focused on power quantification relevant to their hierarchical frameworks, fallen angels obsessed with theological implications regarding rebellion mythology. Humans cataloging physiological adaptations without comprehending metaphysical context. Her sapphire eyes reflected ancient patience beneath casual demeanor. Dragons offer perspective transcending factional boundaries, assessment based on fundamental forces rather than derived applications. The argument carried genuine merit despite its self-serving presentation. Before faction representatives could object, Issei made independent decision reflecting his evolving autonomy within supernatural politics. Perhaps compromise serves everyone's interests, he suggested, addressing all parties collectively. We maintain existing schedule with appropriate adjustments allowing brief consultation with Tiamat-sama between established sessions. The solution acknowledged faction protocols while asserting his own agency regarding additional input, subtle demonstration that cooperation required respecting his decision-making authority rather than treating him as passive subject of investigation. Rias and Sona exchanged measuring glances before the latter nodded slight approval. Reasonable accommodation, Sona acknowledged, practical efficiency overriding procedural objections. We'll modify transition intervals accordingly. Tiamat's expression reflected momentary surprise followed by thoughtful reassessment. Diplomatic and assertive simultaneously. Interesting development in one so young. She inclined her head in uncharacteristic acknowledgement. Acceptable arrangement, star bearer. Enjoy your nutritional intake. Our discussion benefits from optimal physiological functioning. With that cryptic observation, she departed as abruptly as she had arrived, leaving Issei surrounded by faction representatives exhibiting varying degrees of concern and calculation. Dragons, Raynor muttered, the single word conveying complex history of interspecies complications, always appearing precisely when maximally inconvenient while claiming cosmic timing. Her presence alters assessment parameters significantly, Sona observed, reverting to analytical mode despite obvious concern. Dragon kings operate beyond established faction agreements, particularly Tiamat with her primordial status. Akeno moved closer to Issei, her protective positioning subtle but unmistakable. Tiamat specifically has complicated history with the original Lucifer, she explained quietly. Ancient conflicts regarding fundamental forces during creation's architectural phase, followed by occasional cooperation during later epochs. I remember fragments, Issei acknowledged, processing memory FL. Ashes triggered by the dragon's presence. Though context remains incomplete, she seems to consider our past interactions significant despite temporal displacement. Dragons experience time differently than younger species. Rias explained with scholarly precision despite obvious diplomatic concerns. For beings who witnessed creation itself, thousands of years register as brief interludes rather than significant epochs. Tiamat likely perceives your reincarnation as minor interruption in ongoing relationship rather than completely new interaction. The perspective adjustment clarified the dragon's behavior, her casual familiarity, underlying expectation of continued association, apparent disregard for intervening millennia. From her viewpoint, Lucifer had simply changed forms rather than experiencing death and rebirth in meaningful sense. Fascinating implications for continuity of consciousness across incarnational boundaries, Sona mused, scholarly interest temporarily overriding practical concerns. Though immediate priority remains nutritional intake before resuming testing protocols, the reminder of mundane physical requirements grounded philosophical speculation in practical reality. Issei followed his companions to serving area where promised feast awaited, diverse offerings reflecting multiple cultural traditions alongside specialized options designed for enhanced metabolic requirements. He selected substantial portions driven by genuine hunger rather than mere politeness, his hybrid physiology requiring significantly greater energy intake than human baseline. Conversation during meal focused on neutral topics, artifact history, facility operations, general explanations of supernatural society structure, carefully avoiding direct discussion of Tiamat's unexplained CTED appearance or its implications for faction relationships. The deliberate normalcy provided necessary psychological buffer between intense experiences, allowing integration of recent developments. Within cognitive framework still balancing human perception with awakening celestial awareness. After meal completion, testing resumed with methodical progression through artifact response assessments. Various items displayed reactions ranging from subtle resonance to dramatic activation upon Issei's proximity, ancient texts revealing previously invisible content, weapons briefly manifesting energy signatures. Architectural fragments reconfiguring into partial schematics. Each interaction provided additional memory fragments, expanding his understanding of Lucifer's activities during prehistory and early human development. Throughout these sessions, Issei maintained conscious balance between scientific curiosity and practical caution, exploring connections while establishing reasonable limitations on power expenditure. His growing confidence handling supernatural energies reflected improving integration between human and celestial aspects, partnership rather than competition, collaboration rather than dominance. Between official testing blocks, Tiamat appeared with predictable unpredictability, offering observations that combined ancient wisdom with deliberately provocative commentary. Her perspective consistently transcended faction frameworks, presenting cosmic relationships through fundamentally different conceptual models than those employed by angels, devils, or humans. You're approaching power manifestation through theological constructs, she observed during one such interlude, watching him experiment with energy projection techniques under carefully controlled conditions. Limiting potential through conceptual frameworks established after your original fall. Clarify, Issei requested, genuinely interested despite her occasionally condescending tone. Tiamat circled him with predatory grace. Sapphire eyes assessing energy patterns with perception transcending conventional senses. Before heaven established hierarchical structures, before concepts like angel and divine will crystallized into rigid systems, power manifested through direct intention rather than categorical framework. Her explanation employed unusual metaphors drawing from draconic rather than humanoid experience. You're trying to remember how to be an archangel when you should be remembering how to be a direct conduit for fundamental forces. The distinction carried profound implications that resonated with fragmentary memories surfacing in response to her guidance. Issei adjusted his approach, focusing on pre-conceptual awareness rather than theological categorization. Allowing power to manifest through direct intention rather than filtered understanding. The results proved immediately significant, energy projection doubling in efficiency while requiring substantially less conscious direction. Crimson light responded to thought with millisecond precision, forming complex structures without intermediate visualization steps previously considered necessary. Better, Tiamat acknowledged, rare approval coloring her assessment. You're accessing original pathways rather than reconstructed channels. Direct connection to fundamental forces rather than borrowed conduits established by theological frameworks. The guidance provided practical benefits beyond theoretical understanding, demonstrating Tiamat's genuine expertise regarding primordial power dynamics. Despite her deliberately provocative interpersonal approach, Issei found himself genuinely appreciating her input despite awareness of complicated historical relationship between dragon and archangel. Afternoon sessions progressed through increasingly complex artifacts, culminating in exposure to fragment of crystalline material identified as originating from heaven's foundation stones. The object, no larger than human palm yet impossibly dense, responded dramatically to Issei's proximity, illuminating with internal radiance while emitting harmonic tones beyond normal auditory range. Significant resonance pattern indicates recognition at fundamental level, Sona observed, monitoring instrumentation with scholarly precision. The fragment acknowledges your original connection to its source architecture. As with previous artifacts, contact-triggered memory cascade, in this case, particularly vivid recollection of heaven's construction during reality's formative stages. Issei experience, direct participation in establishing dimensional boundaries, setting fundamental parameters, creating architectural framework that would eventually house angelic hierarchies and divine administration. The memory carried profound emotional component alongside technical information, pride in creative achievement, joy in collaborative manifestation, sense of purpose transcending individual existence. These feelings emerged untainted by later conflicts, pure expressions of creative fulfillment predating theological complications. I remember building it, he whispered, voice reflecting wonder untainted by retrospective bitterness. Not alone, but as part of greater collaborative manifestation. Before divisions, before hierarchies crystallized, before concepts like obedience became more important than creative participation. The revelation carried implications beyond personal recollection, offering insight into heaven's original purpose and subsequent evolution. What began as collaborative creative expression eventually transformed into hierarchical administrative structure, innovation giving way to maintenance, exploration surrendering to preservation. You're remembering the beginning, Raynor observed quietly. Scholarly knowledge temporarily overriding factional perspective. Before the system calcified, before revelation became dogma, the observation demonstrated unexpected depth beyond typical fallen angel rhetoric, revealing genuine understanding of heaven's evolutionary history rather than mere rebellious rejection. Issei nodded acknowledgement, appreciating perspective transcending conventional theological frameworks. The original purpose was creation rather than administration, he confirmed, memory continuing to unfold with increasing clarity. Heaven began as workshop rather than bureaucracy, collaborative studio rather than hierarchical institution. The crystal fragment pulsed in response to his understanding, resonance patterns shifting from recognition to something approaching communication. Images formed in his consciousness, not mere memories but active transmission, the artifact functioning as conduit for information exchange across dimensional boundaries. Current heaven appeared in perfect detail, architectural modifications reflecting philosophical evolution, administrative structures replacing creative workshops, hierarchical organization supplanting collaborative manifestation. The transmission carried neither judgment nor nostalgia, simply factual representation of transformation across cosmic timescales. More significantly, the communication revealed heaven's awareness of his reincarnation, not merely administrative acknowledgement but fundamental recognition at architectural level. The realm itself, independent of its current administration, recognized Lucifer's essence within human form. They know, he stated, certainty flowing from direct communication rather than speculation. Not just administrative awareness but fundamental recognition. Heaven itself acknowledges the reconnection. The revelation produced varied reactions among faction representatives, Rainer's expression reflecting vindication of fallen angel theological positions. Rias and Sona exchanging concerned glances regarding strategic implications, Akino watching him with compassionate understanding transcending factional considerations. Before discussion could develop, alarms activated throughout the facility, not blaring sirens but subtle harmonic tones indicating significant metaphysical disturbance rather than physical threat. Sona immediately accessed monitoring systems through specialized interface, her expression shifting from professional concern to genuine alarm. Dimensional breach detected in primary testing chamber, she reported. Abandoning diplomatic moderation for practical urgency. Unauthorized transit signature matching celestial origin patterns. The clinical assessment conveyed significant threat without undue Qing panic, professional crisis management rather than emotional reaction. Rias immediately activated communication circle, issuing rapid instructions to unseen subordinates while Rainer established similar contact with fallen angel representatives through different mystical means. Heaven's representatives were explicitly excluded from today's proceedings by mutual agreement, Sona continued, monitoring incoming data with analytical precision. This constitutes direct violation of neutral ground protocols established under faction accord provisions. The diplomatic terminology masked legitimate security concern. Unauthorized celestial presence represented potential threat requiring immediate response. Before faction representatives could establish consensus approach, Issei made independent decision based on direct information unavailable to others. It's not hostile action, he stated with certainty flowing from ongoing communication with the crystal fragment. The breach isn't administrative decision but architectural response. Heaven itself is establishing direct connection. The explanation produced momentary confusion until Akino translated with characteristic perceptiveness. You mean the realm is acting independently of its administrative hierarchy? The dimensional structure itself is responding rather than its angelic management. Exactly, Issei confirmed, continuing to process information flowing through artifact connection. The crystal fragment functions as anchor point for communication pathway. My contact activated dormant connection protocols established during original construction. Before further explanation became possible, reality distorted within central testing area, air shimmering with prismatic refraction as dimensional boundaries temporarily reconfigured. The breach manifested not as dramatic portal but as subtle thinning between realms, like fabric becoming temporarily translucent rather than torn. Through this dimensional membrane street, ept single figure radiating power that registered immediately as celestial in origin yet distinct from conventional angelic signatures. Female in apparent gender, she manifested physical form resembling human woman in early 30s, tall. Athletic build, features combining Mediterranean and Northern European characteristics in striking combination. Most notably, her wings manifested as structure. Of pure golden light rather than conventional feathered appendages, suggesting status beyond standard angelic classifications. Serafina, Rainer identified immediately, recognition reflecting pay. Sonal familiarity rather than generic identification. Heaven's Archivist. The designation carried specific implications regarding the visitor's function within celestial hierarchy, not combat specie. A-list or administrative representative but knowledge custodian, responsible for maintaining Heaven's historical records and architectural documentation. Her presence suggested information gathering mission rather than enforcement action. Scholarly interest rather than military intervention. Rainer, the angel acknowledged with complex expression suggesting previous personal connection complicated by subsequent factional division. Her attention shifted immediately to Issei, golden eyes widening with recognition that transcended physical appearance. Lightbringer. The designation, formal tit, la rather than personal name, carried none of the negative connotations associated with Lucifer in later theological developments. It referenced function rather than rebellion, creative purpose rather than fallen status. Hello, Serafina, Issei greeted, memories supplying necessary context despite incomplete integration. You've changed administrative departments since our last interaction. The casual observation referencing events predating human civilization produced momentary silence as faction representatives processed its implications. Serafina's expression reflected genuine surprise followed by scholarly assessment. Memory integration progresses more efficiently than projected models indicated, she observed, voice carrying musical quality characteristic of higher angelic orders. Fascinating adaptation between celestial consciousness and human neurological architecture. Her analytical approach resembled academic researcher rather than theological enforcer, scientific curiosity overriding factional concerns despite obvious political complications. Before faction representatives could establish diplomatic parameters, she addressed Issei directly with unexpected informality. Heaven's architecture recognized your awakening signature immediately, she explained, golden wings shifting with subtle emotional indicators unintelligible to non-celestial observers. ADME. Nistrative response required considerable deliberation, but fundamental systems maintained continuous monitoring independent of hierarchical decision matrices. The explanation confirmed Issei's our standing regarding heaven's dual awareness, administrative hierarchy separate from fundamental architecture. Serafina's presence represented compromise between these systems, official representative D.I.S. patched in response to architectural imperatives despite administrative hesitation. Your arrival violates established protocols governing neutral ground operations, Sona stated, diplomatic précis. Ion establishing procedural boundaries without escalating confrontation. Celestial representatives were explicitly excluded from today's assessment sessions pending formal notification procedures. Correct by administrative standards, irrelevant by architectural imperatives, Serafina countered without hostility, her perspective reflecting priorities transcending bureaucratic considerations. Quote, the Lightbringer's reconnection with Heaven's Foundation crystal established communication pathway that supersedes procedural frameworks established after architectural implementation. The distinct highlighted fundamental disconnect between different supernatural governance systems, faction agreements based on administrative relationships while ignoring deeper connections established during reality's formative stages. Issei recognized parallels with his own integration challenges, balancing structured understanding with fundamental awareness transcending conventional frameworks. Perhaps, we might establish constructive dialogue rather than procedural objections, he suggested, diplomatic intervention preventing unnecessary conflict while acknowledging legitimate concerns on both sides. Serafina's presence offers unique perspective regarding Heaven's architectural history relevant to my memory integration process. The reasonable proposal diffused immediate tension without dismissing protocol violations, creating space for productive interaction while maintaining appropriate boundaries. Rias and Sona exchanged measuring glances before the latter nodded precise acknowledgement. Conditional accommodation under supervised parameters, Sona specified, compromise reflecting practical prioritization rather than procedural surrender. With understanding that future interactions require proper notification through established channels. Serafina accepted these terms with graceful inclination of her head, golden wings folding into less imposing configuration. Reasonable adjustment to unexpected circumstances. Her attention returned to Issei with scholarly focus. The architectural systems request confirmation regarding integration stability parameters. Is consciousness synthesis proceeding without corruption risks to fundamental memory structures? The technical inquiry demonstrated Heaven's primary concern regarding his awakening, data integrity rather than theological implications. Preservation of architectural knowledge rather than potential power redistribution. This practical focus reflected priorities different from faction concerns typically centered on military capability and political influence. Integration proceeds through collaborative synthesis rather than dominance hierarchy, Issei confirmed, matching her technical terminology with precise response. Memory structures maintain fundamental integrity while accommodating contextual reframing through human experiential parameters. Fascinating adaptation methodology, Serafina observed. Genuine scholarly interest animating her expression. Previous theoretical models regarding celestial consciousness transfer consistently predicted corruption or displacement rather than collaborative integration. Her assessment acknowledged the unprecedented nature of his development, evolution beyond established patterns rather than repetition of familiar processes. Before detailed technical discussion could develop, Rayner interrupted with practical concern masked as casual inquiry. Charming academic exchange, she commented with characteristic sardonic tone. Though perhaps you might de-dress Heaven's official position regarding the Lightbringer's re-emergence. Beyond architectural curiosity and scholarly documentation, the pointed question forced transition from technical assess-me-nt to political implications, unavoidable considering Serafina's representative status despite her personal scholarly focus. The angel's expression shifted subtly, professional diplomacy replacing academic enthusiasm. Heaven's administrative response remains under development, she acknowledged with careful precision. The unprecedented nature of consciousness integration between celestial and human frameworks presents unique theological and administrative challenges requiring thorough consideration. The diplomatic non-answer conveyed significant information through deliberate ambiguity. Avayan's leadership lacked consensus regarding appropriate response to Lucifer's reincarnation, different factions advocating varied approaches based on competing interpretations of theological implications. Translated from diplomatic obfuscation, they're panicking, Rayner observed with undisguised satisfaction. The prodigal son's return wasn't covered in contingency planning. Oversimplification serves neither accuracy nor productive engagement, Serafina countered without visible irritation, professional composure maintaining diplomatic framework despite provocation. Heaven acknowledges fundamental transformation in both the Lightbringer's nature and cosmic contextual parameters since original separation events. The carefully phrased statement represented significant theological concession despite its diplomatic presentation, official recognition that circumstances had evolved beyond original conflict parameters, creating possibility for relationship reconfiguration rather than automatic hostility resumption. Encouraging development, Issei acknowledged, recognizing meaningful communication beneath formal terminology. Integration proceeds with full awareness of history. Context while remaining unbounded by original conflict parameters. This exchange established mutual recognition of changed circumstances without requiring explicit theological reconciliation or formal status renegotiation, practical framework allowing continued interaction while deferring complex doctrinal questions for future consideration. Before further diplomatic progress could develop, the foundation crystal still cradled in Issei's hand pulsed with sudden intensity, emitting harmonic frequencies beyond conventional auditory range. Serafina's expression shifted from diplomatic composure to focused concentration, golden wings extending partially in response to information only she could properly interpret. Dimensional stability fluctuation detected along primary transit corridors, she reported. Abandoning diplomatic ambiguity for practical urgency. Architectural systems registering harmonic disruption patterns consistent with intentional interference rather than natural degradation. The technical assessment conveyed serious concern without contextual explanation, information requiring insider knowledge regarding Heaven's structural organization. Before faction representatives could request clarification, Issei processed fragmentary memories triggered by the crystal's communication. Someone's manipulating the pathways between realms, he translated, conceptual understanding flowing from awakening celestial knowledge. Not simply traveling between dimensions but altering the connections themselves, reconfiguring cosmic architecture without proper authorization or stabilization protocols. This explanation produced immediate alarm among faction representatives, each recognizing potential catastrophic implications despite different theological frameworks. Dimensional stability represented fundamental concern transcending factional differences, cosmic infrastructure supporting all realms regardless of administrative divisions. Identification, Sona requested, practical response focusing on threat assessment rather than theoretical implications. Serafina and Issei exchanged glances reflecting shared access to information unavailable to others. Brief consultation through subtle wing movements uninterpretable to non-celestial observers, Serafina provided carefully measured disclosure. Signature analysis suggests fallen angel methodology. Employing modified celestial algorithms, she reported with professional detachment. Specifically, architectural manipulation patterns matching Kokabiel's documented modification techniques from previous unauthorized operations. The identification confirmed earlier concerns regarding the fallen archangel's potential independent agenda despite his apparent cooperation following confrontation with Issei. Rainer's expression darkened with genuine concern rather than factional posturing. Kokabiel supposedly returned to Grigori headquarters for consultation with Azazel, she stated, abandoning political maneuvering for practical assessment. If he's operating independently, conducting unauthorized dimensional manipulation, then his earlier cooperation was tactical rather than genuine, Rias completed the thought. Crimson energy gathering around her hands in unconscious combat preparation. His encounter with Issei revealed information he's now exploiting for independent purposes. The possibility carried serious implications beyond immediate security concerns, suggestion that Kokabiel's apparent submission to Issei's purification had been calculated performance rather than genuine transformation. Before comprehensive response strategy could develop, the Foundation crystal pulsed with renewed intensity, communication becoming more urgent. Breach imminent, Issei translated. Information flowing directly through artifact connection. He's creating unauthorized pathway directly into this facility, bypassing established security protocols through architectural manipulate. Ion rather than conventional transit methods. The warning provided crucial seconds for preparation before reality distorted at Chamber's center, air shimmering with unnatural refraction as dimensiona. L boundaries reconfigured against established parameters. Unlike Serafina's controlled entrance maintaining structural integrity, this breach manifested as violent disruption, spatial fabric tearing rather than temporarily thinning. Through this unstable aperture poured blazing light that resolved into Kokabiel's unmistakable form. 10 wings extended in combat configuration, expression combining. Triumph with manic intensity absent during previous encounter. He emerged alone rather than accompanied by subordinates, suggesting confidence in personal power sufficient for whatever objective motivated this dramatic entrance. Lucifer. He greeted Issei, voice carrying dual resonance reflecting power expenditure maintaining the dimensional breach. Or should I address the human aspect? Fascina. Ting philosophical question regarding identity primacy in hybrid consciousness structures. The casual philosophical inquiry contrasted sharply with aggressive entrance methodology, creating cognitive dissonance that momentarily delayed response from faction representatives. Issei alone recognized the tactical approach, intellectual engagement disguising physical positioning, scholarly discussion masking strategic deployment. Both aspects respond to sincere communication, he replied, matching apparent casual tone while assessing threat parameters through expanding supernatural awareness. Huff dramatic entrances bypassing established security protocols suggest questionable sincerity. Kokabiel laughed with genuine amusement, the sound echoing unnaturally through distorted spatial dimensions surrounding the breach. Direct as always, regardless of incarnational parameters. His expression shifted toward something resembling respect beneath strategic calculation. I find I prefer T. His integration to the original, human perspective provides refreshing pragmatism otherwise absent from celestial consciousness structures. While speaking, he completed subtle repositioning providing optimal tactical advantage relative to chamber configuration, equidistant from primary faction representatives while maintaining direct line of engagement with Issei. The Foundation crystal continued, pulsing urgent communication regarding dimensional stability concerns, information flowing directly into Issei's awareness. You've compromised structural integrity along 7 primary transit corridors, he stated. Abandoning diplomatic ambiguity for direct confrontation. Architectural systems throughout connected realms report catastrophic degradation potentials if immediate stabilization protocols aren't implemented. The technical assessment produced momentary surprise in Kokabiel's expression, apparent shock at Issei's detailed awareness of cosmic architectural systems transcending individual realm divisions. This reaction confirmed strategic suspicion forming in Issei's consciousness. Kokabiel had expected administrative opposition rather than architectural awareness, political OBJ. Actions rather than technical understanding. Temporary destabilization serving greater purpose, Kokabiel dismissed, recovering quickly from momentary disclosure. Necessary reconfiguration rather than permanent damage. Unilateral architectural manipulation violates fundamental covenant established during original creation parameters, Serafina countered, golden wings extending to combat configuration despite diplomatic position. Even before administrative hierarchies established operational protocols, baseline respect for dimensional integrity remained inviolate principle. The theological argument carried unexpected weight. Appeal to standards predating current factional divisions, principles established during cosmos formation rather than subsequent administrative development. Kokabiel's expression reflected genuine hesitation, ancient memories temporarily overriding current strategic objectives. Issei recognized crucial opportunity within this momentary philosophical distraction. The Foundation crystal continued providing architectural information transcending conventional understanding, detailed schematics regarding dimensional breach mechanics, stabilization requirements, counter-manipulation techniques developed during Heaven's original construction. Without waiting for factional consensus or formal authorization, he acted on this technical knowledge, channeling power through precisely controlled pathways while mentally reconfiguring dimensional parameters around Kokabiel's breach. The process required exceptional precision, not merely closing unauthorized RTURE but correcting fundamental distortions created throughout connected transit corridors. Crimson energy extended from his hands in complex geometric patterns invisible to conventional perception, restructuring spatial relationships while implementing stabilization protocols developed during cosmos formation. The Foundation crystal served as calibration reference, providing real-time feedback regarding effectiveness while suggesting necessary adjustments to accommodate current dimensional configuration differences from original architectural specifications. Kokabiel recognized the counter-manipulation too late, his expression shifting from philosophical consideration to tactical alarm. Stop. You don't understand the necessity. I understand architectural integrity supersedes individual strategic objectives. Issei interrupted, focus maintained on technical implementation rather than philosophical debate. Regardless of motivation, methodology matters when manipulating foundational systems supporting multiple realms. Quote, the dimensional breach began collapsing under his precise reconfiguration, spatial distortions resolving toward normal parameters as stabilization protocols are established proper relationships between connected realms. Kokabiel attempted counter-manipulation, channeling power through his 10 wings in desperate effort to maintain the unauthorized pathway. Air-opposed energies created visible distortion throughout the chamber, crimson light representing architectural restoration clashing with Kokabiel's corrupted brilliance maintaining disruption. For crucial moments, perfect balance existed between these competing forces, dimensional stability hanging between restoration and catastrophic collapse. Then Serafina joined Issei's efforts, golden energy harmonizing with crimson patterns to implement complementary stabilization protocols. Their combined methodology, Issei providing original architectural knowledge while Serafina contributed current heaven-specific modifications, created synergistic approach transcending individual capabilities. Kokabiel recognized inevitable defeat, tactical assessment overriding emotional investment in his original objective. Rather than risk entrapment between closing dimensional boundaries, he abandoned the breach, wings carrying him backward through rapidly contracting aperture moments before complete closure would have severed his physical form. As dimensional stability restored throughout connected transit corridors, Issei maintained careful power modulation, implementing final calibration adjustments ensuring long-term integrity beyond immediate crisis resolution. The Foundation crystal provided confirmation regarding successful restoration, architectural systems throughout connected realms, acknowledging proper parameter re-establishment. When technical procedures completed, Issei lowered his hands, power receding to manageable levels while consciousness processed multiple information streams simultaneously. Technical feedback from dimensional systems, strategic assessment regarding Kokabiel's motivations, political implications concerning faction relationships following joint crisis response. That Tiamat observed from chamber entrance where she had observed without intervention, was genuine architectural manipulation rather than derived application methodology. Her sapphire eyes reflected genuine respect beneath casual demeanor. Original creation techniques rather than administrative approximation. Well done, Star-Bearer. The dragon's unexpected compliment carried significant meaning beyond casual observation. acknowledgement of fundamental skill transcending factional frameworks, recognition of ability connecting directly to cosmic architecture rather than operating through theological filters. Before Issei could respond, Serafina approached with formal protocol momentarily abandoned in favor of direct communication. Your intervention prevented catastrophic, dimensional collapse affecting multiple connected realms, she stated, golden wings expressing complex emotions beyond verbal articulation. Heaven's architectural systems acknowledge primary debt according to original creation parameters. Quote, the formal recognition carried profound implications beyond immediate crisis resolution, official acknowledgement from heaven itself regarding Issei's legitima. Te connection to original creative authority, recognition transcending subsequent theological complications regarding fallen status or rebellion narratives. Coordinated response proved necessary for effective resolution, he acknowledged. Distributing credit appropriately while maintaining focus on practical outcomes rather than theological implications. Architectural integrity benefits all connected realms regardless of administrative divisions. This diplomatic framing allowed Heaven's representative to acknowledge cooperation without compromising theological positions regarding Lucifer's historical status, practical collaboration addressing immediate crisis while deferring complex doctrinal questions for future consideration. Sona stepped forward, analytical assessment temporarily replacing diplomatic concerns. Kokabiel's unauthorized intervention suggests strategic objectives beyond apparent chaos creation, she observed, adjusting glasses with practiced precision. His tactic, OWL approach indicated specific targeting parameters rather than general disruption methodology. The perceptive analysis highlighted crucial question remaining after immediate crisis resolution, what specific objective motivated Kokabiel's dramatic action and corresponding significant risk acceptance. Before theoretical discussion could develop, Raynor provided unexpected insight from fallen angel perspective. He wasn't targeting random dimensional coordinates, she stated with growing certainty. The breach location correlates with artifact repository positioning relative to external dimensional mapping. Her expression reflected professional assessment transcending factional loyalty. He wanted something specific from this facility, something worth compromising dimensional stability in. De-risking direct confrontation with multiple faction representatives. This practical observation redirected attention toward immediate security concerns rather than abstract theological implications. Rias immediately initiated inventory protocols through specialized magical interface, crimson energy forming complex scanning matrix throughout the chamber. Preliminary assessment confirms no phys. ICAL artifacts missing from secured containment, she reported after brief consultation with incoming data. Though energy signature analysis indicates potential tampering with informational repositories rather than material objects. The distinction highlighted modern supernatural security challenges transcending conventional physical protection, information often proving more valuable than BLE artifacts in complex interdimensional politics. He copied something, Issei realized suddenly, fragmentary memories from the confrontation restructuring into coherent pattern. During dimensional manipulation, secondary energy signature indicated information extraction protocols running parallel to primary breach maintenance. This technical assessment confirmed Raynor's suspicion while specifying methodology rather than merely identifying intent. Sona immediately expanded scanning parameters, focusing on informational architecture rather than physical inventory. Confirmed, she announced after brief analysis. Unauthorized access detected within historical records subsection, specifically architectural schematics regarding primordial creation parameters. Her expression conveyed serious concern beneath professional composure. Particular focus on dimensional intersection coordinates established during original cosmic architecture implementation. The specific target carried alarming implications beyond simple information theft. Access to fundamental creation parameters potentially enabling manipulation of cosmic architecture beyond conventional limitations, reconfigurati. On of dimensional relationships established during initial reality formation. He's attempting to recreate original conditions, Serafina concluded, golden wings expressing alarm through subtle configuration changes. Accessing architectural information predating current dimensional stability protocols, potentially seeking methodology to implement systemic reconfiguration beyond administrative oversight capabilities. This assessment connected directly with Issei's awakening memories, understanding of cosmic architecture, vulnerability during specific developmental periods, recognition of potential exploitation methodologies targeting fundamental parameters rather than derived systems. Why? Reus questioned, practical concern focusing on immediate motivations rather than technical capabilities. What strategic objective justifies such extraordinary risk acceptance and resource expenditure? The question highlighted crucial gap in their understanding despite accurate technical assessment. Kokabiel's ultimate purpose remained unclear despite growing comprehension of his methodology and immediate targets. Before theoretical speculation could develop, Tiamat provided unexpected perspective from position of detached observation. He seeks restoration rather than destruction, she stated with certainty flowing from primordial understanding transcending factional frameworks. RN to original configuration before administrative hierarchies established operational dominance over creative potential. This observation connected directly with fragmentary communication Issei had received during Kokabiel's brief philosophical distraction, glimpses of motivation transcending simple power acquisition or factional advantage, deeper purpose connecting to fundamental questions RDING cosmic purpose and creative authority. He wants to restart creation itself, Issei translated, conceptual understanding crystallizing into coherent assessment. Not merely manipulating existing G parameters but potentially reinitiating fundamental creative processes according to alternative methodologies. The possibility carried implications transcending conventional threat assessment, not merely endangering current cosmic configuration but potentially initiating entirely new creative paradigm according to Kokabiel's specific vision rather than collaborative implementation characterizing original creation processes. This realization produced unified concern across factional divisions, recognition of existential threat transcending administrative disagreements or theological disputes. Before strategic response could develop, the Foundation crystal pulsed with renewed urgency, communicating directly with Issei's awakening celestial consciousness. Complete memory suddenly cascaded through his awareness, not fragmentary glimpses but comprehensive understanding flowing directly from architectural records embedded within the crystal's information matrix. He experienced with perfect clarity Lucifer's original role during creation implementation, comprehensive knowledge regarding cosmic architecture establishment, detailed understanding of fundamental parameters underpinning multidimensional reality construction. Most significantly, he remembered Kokabiel's original function within creative hierarchies, specialized focus on dimensional intersection mechanics, particular XP. RTISE regarding transit pathway implementation, specific responsibility for maintaining boundary integrity between connected realms. He's not destroying, Issei whispered as understanding crystallized into perfect clarity. He's trying to fulfill his original purpose, dimensional boundary maintenance according to initial parameters rather than administrative modifications implemented afterward. This revelation transformed threat assessment from malicious sabotage to misguided restoration, Kokabiel attempting to correct perceived corruption within cosmic architecture rather than deliberately causing harm through destructive manipulation. Noble intention through catastrophic methodology, Serafina acknowledged, theological assessment temporarily replaced by practical understanding. Restoration according to original parameters would nullify countless subsequent adaptations necessary for current cosmic functionality. The assessment highlighted crucial distinction between abstract ideological purity and practical evolutionary necessity. Cosmic architecture had developed beyond initial implementation through necessary adaptation addressing unforeseen interactions and emergent properties, creating functional stability through ongoing modification rather than rigid adherence to original specifications. He doesn't understand the necessity of adaptation, Issei concluded, human perspective providing crucial insight unavailable to beings operating exclusively through celestial frameworks. Evolution requires flexible response to emerging conditions rather than rigid implementation of initial parameters. This philosophical observation carried practical implications regarding effective response strategies, addressing Kokabiel's legitimate concerns regarding architectural integrity while demonstrating necessity of adaptive modification rather than attempting pure opposition through force alone. As faction representatives began formulating coordinated response accounting for this revised understanding, Issei experienced subtle shift within his consciousness. human and celestial aspects achieving deeper integration through shared purpose transcending theoretical understanding. The foundation crystal responded to this internal development, pulsing with harmonic frequencies reflecting recognition of optimized configuration approaching original design parameters. NTEG ration progresses beyond projected developmental timeline, Serafina observed, golden wings expressing complex emotions beyond verbal articulation. Synthesis achieving stability parameters previously considered theoretically impossible within incarnational limitations. The technical assessment acknowledged unprecedented nature of his development, evolution beyond established patterns rather than repetition of familiar processes. Tiamat approached with predatory grace, sapphire eyes reflecting ancient wisdom beneath casual demeanor. The human provides contextual framework allowing sensitive implementation rather than wholesale adoption, she observed, draconic perspective offering insight transcending theological limitations. Discernment rather than consumption, partnership rather than dominance. As supernatural representatives continued technical discussion regarding optimal response strategies, Issei quietly returned the foundation crystal to its containment unit, Estabilis. Ongoing connection that would persist beyond physical proximity. The artifact responded with harmonic acknowledgement, communication pathway remaining accessible despite physical separation. Turning toward the assembled representatives, Issei made decision reflecting both human determination and celestial understanding, commitment to addressing Kokabiel's misguided restoration efforts while maintaining balanced perspective regarding necessary cosmic evolution. We need comprehensive response rather than merely defensive reaction, he stated, natural authority emerging without conscious effort. Addressing legitimate architectural concerns while demonstrating necessity of adaptive development rather than rigid parameter maintenance. This strategic framework acknowledged validity within Kokabiel's motivation while opposing his specific methodology, respect for original purpose while demonstrating evolution beyond initial implementation parameters. The approach reflected perfect integration between human capacity for adaptive learning and celestial understanding of fundamental principles, synthesis producing perspective unavailable to either consciousness operating independently. As faction representatives began implementing coordinated response strategy, Issei experienced momentary clarity transcending immediate crisis management, recognition of his unique position within cosmic development. Understanding of unprecedented opportunity presented by consciousness integration between human and celestial frameworks. He was neither merely human nor simply reincarnated angel, but evolutionary development beyond either category, synthesis rather than replacement, integration rather than dominance. This understanding carried implications transcending personal identity questions, suggesting potential pathway beyond endless conflict between rigid theological frameworks and adaptive necessity. The true inheritance wasn't merely power or memory but opportunity, chance to demonstrate integration rather than opposition, evolution rather than repetition, collaboration rather than dominance. Whether addressing Kokabiel's immediate threat or navigating complex relationships between supernatural factions, this fundamental understanding would guide his development beyond conventional categorical limitations. With quiet certainty flowing from this integrated perspective, Issei joined planning session developing comprehensive response strategy, his unique position allowing insight transcending factional frameworks while remaining grounded in practical implementation concerns. The foundation had been established for addressing not merely immediate crisis but fundamental questions regarding cosmic purpose and developmental trajectories. The inheritance was complete, no merely receiving legacy but transforming it through integration with human perspective, creating genuinely unprecedented potential for evolution beyond established patterns. Whatever challenges awaited, he would face them not as vessel for another's consciousness but as something genuinely new, human and angel in perfect partnership, writing story neither could compose alone. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, Rebellion. Electric blue light crackled between Issei's fingertips, arcing in precise geometric patterns that hovered momentarily before dissolving into motes of luminescence. Unlike the crimson energy that manifested during emotional peaks, this controlled display represented deliberate manifestation rather than instinctive response, technique rather than reaction. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he maintained the complex structure, muscles trembling with effort not physical but metaphysical, the strain of channeling cosmic forces through human nervous system never designed for such conductivity. Sloppy, Tiamat observed from her perch atop a boulder at the training ground's edge. You're still conceptualizing power as something external to be manipulated rather than fundamental aspect of your integrated nature. The dragon's criticism, delivered with clinical detachment rather than malice, nonetheless stung his pride. 3 weeks of intensive training under her merciless tut, Elich had produced significant advances in his ability to access and direct celestial energies, yet each achievement merely revealed deeper inadequacies in his understanding. Easy for you to say, Issei countered, allowing the manifestation to dissipate as he wiped sweat from his brow. You've had billions of years to perfect your techniques. I'm still figuring out which memories are mine and which belong to someone else. Tiamat's eyes narrowed, vertical pupils contracting to razor-thin slits within sapphire irises. There lies your fundamental error, Star-Bearer. You persist in viewing the Lightbringer's consciousness as separate entity rather than integrated aspect of your current identity. She rose with predatory grace, scales shimmering beneath morning sunlight as she approached. They are not someone else's memories. They are yours, experienced through different perceptual framework. The distinction represented more than semantic quibbling, fundamental philosophical difference regarding consciousness continuity across incarnational boundaries. Issei had struggled with this concept since awakening to his celestial heritage, the human desire for distinct identity conflicting with undeniable connection to experiences predating his mortal birth. Integration without erasure, he murmured, repeating the mantra Tiamat had established for their training sessions. Synthesis rather than replacement. Precisely, she confirmed, circling him with analytical intensity. The Star-Bearer's power flows through human filter, creating unique expression rather than mere replication. Your limitation isn't insufficient access to celestial ability but conceptual framework restricting implementation methodology. Despite her often cryptic phrasing, Tiamat consistently provided insights transcending conventional supernatural understanding. Unlike the faction representatives with their political agendas and theological biases, she approached his development from entirely different perspective. Primordial dragon viewing cosmic forces as natural phenomena rather than divine manifestations. Issei closed his eyes, focusing on internal landscape where human consciousness interfaced with awakening celestial awareness. The boundary between these aspects had grown increasingly permeable over recent weeks, memories and capabilities flowing more freely between what once seemed separate identities. Rather than fighting this integration, he deliberately encouraged it, visualizing not conquest or submission but partnership, human perspective providing context while celestial knowledge offered implementation methodology. When he extended his hand again, crimson light emerged without effort, forming complex three-dimensional structure that rotated slowly above his palm. Miniature galaxy comprising thousands of individual stars arranged in perfect spiral formation, each point of light representing concentrated energy under precise control. Better, Tiamat acknowledged, genuine approval coloring her assessment. Direct manifestation through integrated consciousness rather than forced implementation through divided awareness. The praise, rare from the ancient dragon, produced unexpected warmth in Issei's chest. Their relationship had evolved considerably since their first encounter, moving from cautious assessment to something approaching genuine mentorship. Tiamat's interest in his development seemed motivated by factors beyond mere curiosity or political calculation, personal investment suggesting connection transcending current circumstances. Tell me something, Issei ventured, maintaining the galactic manifestation while initiating conversation traditionally avoided during training sessions. What was your relationship with the original Lucifer? Beyond the official history about cosmic architecture disagreements. Tiamat froze momentarily, predatory stillness revealing his question's impact more clearly than any verbal response. When she moved again, her movements carried deliberate casualness betrayed by subtle tension visible only to those familiar with draconic body language. Complicated, she finally answered, the single word laden with meaning beyond its simplicity. We were contemporaries during creation's formative stages. Fellow architects with different visions regarding fundamental parameters. Her sapphire eyes held ancient memories beneath casual demeanor. Sometimes collaborators, occasionally adversaries, frequently argumentative colleagues. The characterization suggested relationship far more nuanced than historical records indicated, professional association with personal dimensions rather than merely opposed cosmic forces. Before Issei could probe further, Tiamat redirected conversation with characteristic abruptness. Your celestial manifestations progress adequately, she observed, professional assessment replacing personal reminiscence. However, integrated combat application remains underdeveloped. Theoretical understanding without practical implementation creates dangerous vulnerability. The critique accurately identified crucial gap in his development, ability to channel celestial power under controlled conditions, not automatically translating to effective combat application during high-stress scenarios. Despite extensive theoretical training, his actual combat experience remained limited to brief confrontations with Kokabiel and minor fallen angels. I'm working on it, Issei responded, dissolving the galactic manifestation with casual gesture. Though opportunities for combat practice remain limited unless you're volunteering as sparring partner. The suggestion represented significant evolution in their relationship, confidence to propose direct confrontation with Ancient Dragon indicating growing self-assurance regarding his developing abilities. Tiamat's eyes widened fractionally before narrowing with predatory consideration. Interesting proposition, she acknowledged. Ancient power rippling beneath humanoid form as she considered his offer. Though such engagement requires appropriate venue given potential collateral damage concerns. Before Issei could respond, his phone chimed with notification sound specifically assigned to supernatural communications. The message displayed came from Rias Grimori, requesting immediate attendance at emergency FA session meeting regarding developments of significant strategic concern. Duty calls, he observed with resigned acceptance, showing the message to Tiamat. Apparently the supernatural community has urgent need of my presence again. Political entanglements, Tiamat dismissed with characteristic disdain for faction machinations. Administrative distractions from fundamental development priorities. Despite her dismissive tone, Issei recognized legitimate necessity in maintaining relationships with established supernatural power structures. While his abilities continued developing beyond conventional frameworks, practical reality required diplomatic engagement with existing hierarchies, particularly given Kokabiel's ongoing activities threatening dimensional stability. Necessary distractions, he countered. Gathering his training equipment with efficient movements. Understanding cosmic architecture doesn't eliminate need for functional social relationships. Tiamat's expression suggested disagreement, though she refrained from further criticism. Tomorrow, then, she stated rather than asked. Dawn. The abandoned quarry 50 kilometers north provides adequate containment meters for practical combat application. The declaration represented significant escalation in their training regimen, transition from theoretical instruction to direct engagement with primordial dragon whose power rivaled archangels. Issei nodded acceptance, equal parts excited and terrified by the prospect. I'll be there, he promised, shouldering his bag while checking the time. Though I arrive somewhat battered depending on what emergency awaits at today's meeting. Tiamat's laugh carried genuine amusement rather than mockery. Political wounds heal faster than those inflicted by dragon fire. She observed with sardonic smile. Return intact, star bearer. Tomorrow's lesson requires functional vessel. With that ambiguous encouragement, she departed, not through conventional exit but via dimensional shift that rippled reality briefly before closing without trace. The casual display of transit capability beyond established supernatural parameters reminded Issei that Tiamat operated according to fundamentally different rules than younger species, her primordial nature transcending conventional limitations. Checking his watch, Issei calculated travel requirements between current location and meeting venue. The abandoned shrine serving as neutral territory for faction negotiations lay 30 minutes from his current position, assuming conventional transportation methods. With deliberate focus, he accessed recently developed capability for accelerated movement, not true teleportation but compressed transit utilizing dimensional folding techniques adapted from celestial transportation methodologies. Crimson light briefly enveloped his form as space bent around him, conventional distance compressed through metaphysical manipulation rather than physical velocity. The technique required precise calculation to avoid unfortunate interactions with existing dimensional boundaries, particularly given recent instabilities caused by Kokabiel's activities. When light faded, Issei stood beneath aged torii gate marking shrine entrance, the transition requiring seconds rather than minutes despite considerable distance covered. The technique still produced mild discomfort, slight nausea and momentary disorientation as human physiology adjusted to unconventional transit methodology, but represented significant improvement over earlier attempts that had left him physically ill for hours afterward. Impressive adaptation rate. Observed familiar voice from nearby cherry tree. Your implementation methodology has evolved considerably since previous demonstration. Akano Himahima descended gracefully from her perch among spring blossoms, traditional shrine maiden attire replacing her usual school uniform. The outfit highlighted connection to her human heritage, while her relaxed confidence walking consecrated ground demonstrated comfortable relationship with her supernatural nature. Integration Issei found particularly relevant to his own developmental challenges. Practice makes perfect, he responded with genuine smile, their relationship having evolved toward comfortable familiarity despite complex beginnings. Though I suspect the shrine maiden's object to unannounced arrivals materializing on sacred grounds. Akano's laugh carried musical quality that consistently lifted his spirits. Fortunately, this particular shrine's only maiden is quite accustomed to supernatural visitors. She gestured toward the weathered buildings with subtle pride. My mother's family maintained this shrine for generations before abandonment. I've been restoring it between school responsibilities and devil duties. The casual revelation highlighted Akano's complex heritage, human shrine maiden ancestry alongside fallen angel bloodline and devil reincarnation. Multiple influences integrated into coherent identity despite inherent contradictions. Her comfort navigating these seemingly opposed aspects provided inspiration for Issei's own integration challenges. It's beautiful, he acknowledged, genuinely appreciating the location's peaceful atmosphere despite obvious signs of neglect and ongoing restoration. Though perhaps unexpected ice for interspecies political negotiations. Neutral ground with established dimensional anchoring, she explained, leading him along stone pathway toward main shrine building. The previous tions of caretakers established warding systems accommodating various supernatural entities while preventing unauthorized manifestations. Quite advanced work considering human implementation methodology. Her scholarly assessment carried professional respect transcending familial connection, genuine appreciation for technical achievement rather than merely sentimental attachment to ancestral property. Before Issei could inquire further about the shrine's history, they reached the main building where voices indicated ongoing discussion among previously arrived representatives. Sliding open additional wooden door revealed unexpected assembly exceeding normal attendance at faction coordination meetings. Beyond familiar faces, Rias and Sona representing younger devil generation, Rainer Ving for fallen angel interests. Several unknown individuals occupied prominent positions around low tables centered within the shrine's main hall. Most notably, elegant woman draped in formal kimono deepest crimson dominated conversation through presence rather than volume, her aristocratic bearing indicating significant status within supernatural hierarchy. Despite conventional Japanese attire, her features suggested Mediterranean ancestry, olive complexion, classically proportioned facial structure, dark eyes containing unmistakable crimson luminescence marking pure-blooded devil heritage. Conversation ceased immediately upon Issei's arrival, all attention shifting toward him with varying expressions ranging from calculated assessment to undisguised curiosity. The crimson-clad woman's reaction proved most striking. Momentary shock quickly concealed behind aristocratic composure, though not before Issei registered genuine emotion beyond political calculation. Issei Hyodo, Rias, greeted with formal precision contrasting their usually casual interactions, social context evidently requiring traditional protocols. Thank you for responding promptly to our request. Events have accelerated beyond projected timelines, necessitating expanded consultation parameters. The deliberately vague explanation conveyed nothing while acknowledging significant developments, typical Politi. Cal communication prioritizing appearance over substance. Before Issei could request clarification, the unknown woman rose with fluid grace, approaching him with movements suggesting predatory assessment beneath formal courtesy. So this is the vessel, she observed, circling him with analytical intensity reminiscent of Tiamat's evaluative methodology though lacking the dragon's primordial perspective. Fascinating adaptation parameters considering implementation limitations. The integration progresses more efficiently than theoretical models predicted. The clinical assessment delivered Thr. Our aristocratic filter reminded Issei uncomfortably of laboratory specimen evaluation, though he recognized legitimate scholarly interest beneath superficial arrogance. Rather than responding defensively, he matched her formal approach with equivalent politeness. "I don't believe we've been introduced," he observed, maintaining eye contact despite significant power differential between Estibalis. Head devil aristocrat and recently awakened hybrid entity. "Though you apparently have detailed knowledge regarding my developmental parameters." Something resembling approval flickered across her features. Appreciation for direct engagement rather than intimidated deference. She inclined her head with precisely calculated respect, neither excessive nor insufficient considering their relative positions within supernatural hierarchies. Semiramis Astaroth, she introduced herself, name carrying significant weight within devil political structures. Archduke within devil aristocracy, director of Historical Authentication Division within Underworld Administrative Authority, and incidentally, distant descendant of those who maintained loyalty to the original Lucifer following establishment of current administrative paradigm. The introduction conveyed multiple information streams simultaneously: formal title establishing political authority, professional position indicating academic credentials, and personal connection suggesting motivations transcending institutional responsibilities. Most significantly, her claimed lineage connected directly to factions supporting Lucifer during Devi L civil war, loyalists maintaining allegiance to original leadership rather than accepting replacement administration. Impressive resume, Issei acknowledged, matching her formal tone with hint of who. More intended to establish more balanced conversational dynamics. Though it doesn't explain your interest in my implementation parameters, or presence at what was described as emergency faction meeting. Semiramis smiled. Expression technically perfect yet emotionally ambiguous, revealing appreciation for direct approach while maintaining aristocratic reserve. Circumstances necessitate abandoning conventional notification protocols, she explained, returning to her seat with gesture inviting him to join their assembly. Kokabiel's activities have escalated beyond containment parameters, threatening fundamental stability across connected realms. The explanation provided legitimate justification for expanded meeting participation while still withholding specific details regarding immediate crisis. Issei accepted her invitation, kneeling at position apparently reserved for him between Akino and Rainer, symbolic placement between devil and fallen angel representatives suggesting careful political choreography. "Define, escalated," he requested, addressing assembled representatives collectively rather than focusing on any particular faction. Last intelligence suggested informatio, and theft rather than direct intervention following dimensional breach attempt. Rias activated magical display above central table, crimson energy forming three-dimensional projection showing multiple geographic locations marked with arcane symbols indicating supernatural activity concentrations. Kokabiel has established operational centers at 7 major dimensional intersection points, she explained. Professional briefing replacing social pleasantries. These locations correspond with architectural weak points within cosmic boundary infrastructure, positions where original creation parameters remain accessible beneath subsequent administrative modifications. The information aligned with Issei's growing understanding of cosmic architecture, recognition that certain geographic locations maintained stronger connections to fundamental reality frameworks established during creation's formative stages. These positions allowed potential access to original dimensional configuration parameters, bypassing subsequent modifications implemented by various supernatural administrations. He's creating integrated transit network connecting original architectural framework, Issei observed, CE. Celestial knowledge providing immediate understanding transcending conventional supernatural education. Not merely individual breaches but comprehensive system allowing coordinated manipulation across multiple dimensional boundaries simultaneously. Sona nodded confirmation, adjusting her glasses with characteristic precision. Precisely. Conventional containment methodologies prove inadequate against implementation techniques drawing directly from original creation parameters. Her clinical assessment masked genuine concern beneath professional composure. Current projections indicate complete network activation within 72 hours unless immediate intervention succeeds. The timeline represented genuine crisis rather than merely administrative concern, Kokabiel approaching operation. Al capability that would render conventional supernatural opposition ineffective regardless of combined faction resources. Understanding dawned with uncomfortable clarity. They weren't merely requesting his participation in coordinated response but acknowledging essential necessity of his unique capabilities. You need access to original architectural knowledge, he stated rather than asked, recognizing underlying motivation behind expanded meeting participation. Conventional opposition methodology proves ineffective against implementation techniques drawing directly from creation parameters. Semiramis inclined her head in acknowledgement, aristocratic courtesy masking calculating assessment. Precisely, vessel. Current administrative systems operate through derived authority rather than fundamental access, creating significant disadvantage when confronting entity implementing original methodologies. The formal assessment accurately identified crucial limitation within current natural power structures, their authority derived from administrative systems established after creation rather than directly connected to fundamental cosmic architecture. Against opponents operating through conventional frameworks, this limitation presented minimal disadvantage. When facing entity accessing original creation parameters, however, the derivative nature of their power created insurmountable implementation gap. I'm not a library to be consulted, Issei observed mildly, establishing boundaries despite recognizing legitimate crisis. Nor weapon to be deployed according to administrative convenience. My assistance requires comprehensive understanding rather than compartmentalized tactical disclosure. The declaration produced varied reactions among assembled representatives. Surprise from younger devils accustomed to hierarchical compliance, calculation from fallen angel observers reassessing potential alliance parameters, and most notably, approval from Semiramis despite obvious inconvenience to her immediate objectives. Reasonable position considering implementation circumstances, she acknowledged, aristocratic courtesy masking genuine respect beneath formal phrasing. Complete disclosure serves mutual interests given intervention requirements. She gestured toward Raynor with precise formality. Perhaps our fallen colleague might provide contextual framework. Regarding Kokabiel's historical positioning relevant to current activities. The delegation of information disclosure to fallen angel representative demonstrated sophisticated political maneuvering. Appearing cooperative while forcing potentially uncomfortable explanations through alternative faction rather than revealing devil-specific intelligence. Raynor recognized the manipulation but accepted responsibility with characteristic directness. Kokabiel served as dimensional architect during creation's formative stages, she explained, scholarly knowledge temporarily superseding factional positioning. His specific responsibility involved establishing transit pathways between realms according to original design parameters. Following the Lightbringers' rebellion, he maintained specialized knowledge regarding cosmic infrastructure despite administrative reassignment within celestial hierarchy. This historical context aligned with fragmentary memories surfacing through Issei's ongoing integration process. Providing external confirmation regarding Kokabiel's original function before theological conflicts transformed creation architects into military factions. After the fall, Raynor continued, Kokabiel's architectural expertise proved invaluable during establishment of independent operational capabilities. While other fallen focused on combat applications or human interaction protocols, he maintained specialized concentration on dimensional manipulation methodologies. Yet current activities exceed historical operational parameters, Sona interjected, analytical as assessment identifying crucial inconsistency. Documented capabilities suggest significant enhancement beyond previously demonstrated implementation capacity. The observation highlighted important Styon regarding Kokabiel's suddenly expanded capabilities. Technical knowledge alone insufficient to explain successful implementation against established containment protocols. Before theoretical discussion could develop, Akino provided unexpected insight from alternative perspective. He's not working alone, she stated with quiet certainty. Recent energy signature analysis indicates combined IMP limitation methodology rather than individual application. Multiple distinct power sources coordinated through central direction. This practical assessment transformed threat evaluation from individual actor to organized movement, Kokabiel leading coordinated effort rather than pursuing isolated agenda. Implications extended beyond immediate crisis management to strategic concerns regarding Potential faction development outside established supernatural political frameworks. You believe he's established independent operational group, Issei translated, conceptual understanding crystallizing from fragmented intelligence. Not merely rogue individual but organized movement implementing specific agenda through coordinated action. Correct. Semiramis confirmed, aristocratic reserve mom. Entirely abandoned in favor of direct communication. Intelligence suggests recruitment focusing on entities dissatisfied with current administrative paradigms across multiple factions, fallen angels rejecting Grigori leadership constraints. Devils opposing current maladministrative framework, even human occultists seeking access to original power paradigms without hierarchical limitation. This expanded threat assessment explained resources necessary for Kokabiel's ambitious implementation timeline, distributed operational capacity rather than individual effort regardless of personal power parameters. More significantly, it suggested ideological movement rather than merely personal ambition, coherent philosophy potentially attractive to entities across factional divisions. What exactly does he want? Issei asked, focusing on fundamental motivation rather than implementation methodology. Beyond architectural restoration according to original parameters, what specific objective just? I face such extraordinary resource allocation and strategic risk acceptance. The question produced momentary silence as faction representatives exchanged measuring glances, political calculation det. Are mining appropriate disclosure parameters? Eventually Semiramis responded, aristocratic precision selecting exact phrasing with evident care. Kokabiel seeks fundamental reset of cosmic administrative parameters, she explained. Technical terminology masking revolutionary implications. Not merely architectural restoration but comprehensive system reconfiguration according to alternative implementation methodology. Specifically, he proposes reality framework without hierarchical oversight or administrative constraints, direct access to fundamental creative parameters without intermediary control systems. The explanation revealed objective far beyond mere personal ambition or factional advantage. Philosophical position regarding cosmic governance fundamentally opposed to all current supernatural administrative systems. Kokabiel wasn't merely seeking power within existing frameworks but proposing complete paradigm shift eliminating administrative hierarchies entirely. He wants to eliminate the rules, Issei translated. Human perspective providing clarity beyond supernatural political terminology. No heaven, no hell, no administrative boundaries between realms, direct access to Asian's fundamental forces without oversight limitations. Precisely, Semiramis confirmed, aristocratic composure masking evident concern beneath formal phrasing. A universe without administrative constraints, where entities access fundamental forces according to individual capability rather than hierarchical authorization. The concept carried revolutionary implications transcending conventional supernatural politics. Challenge to fundamental governance assumptions underlying all current faction frameworks. No wonder representatives across traditional divisions had assembled despite historical conflicts. Kokabiel threatened not merely particular administrations but administrative concept itself. Fascinating philosophical position, Issei observed with deliberate neutrality, avoiding immediate alignment with either established hierarchies or revolutionary alternative. Though practical implementation raises significant stability concerns given current reality configuration depend and seize on existing administrative frameworks. This measured response acknowledged legitimate philosophical appeal within Kokabiel's position while identifying practical implementation problems, neither reflexive defense of current systems nor naive enthusiasm for revolutionary alternative. The balanced assessment produced visible reassessment among faction representatives, particularly Semiramis, whose calculating expression suggested reevaluation of his potential positioning within complex political landscape. Indeed, she agreed, aristocratic precision masking genuine appreciation beneath formal acknowledgement. Theoretical appeal requires tempering through practical implementation considerations. Immediate concern involves catastrophic destabilization potential during transition between administrative paradigms, particularly given Kokabiel's accelerated timeline prioritizing revolutionary outcome over methodological safety parameters. This framing cleverly repositioned opposition to Kokabiel's activities, not defending hierarchical systems against philosophical challenge but preventing implementation methodology threatening catastrophic collateral damage. By focusing on practical safety rather than administrative preservation, Semiramis created potential common ground transcending typical faction divisions. You're suggesting coordinated intervention focusing on implementation methodology rather than philosophical opposition, Issei observed, recognizing sophisticated political maneuvering beneath apparent practical concern. Preventing catastrophic destabilization rather than defending administrative status quo. Precisely, Semiramis confirmed with evident approval for his perceptiveness. Philosophical discourse regarding cosmic governance paradigms remains legitimate despite implementation concerns. Our immediate objective involves preventing catastrophic methodology rather than suppressing theoretical positions. The clever framing allowed potential cooperation without requiring ideological alignment, practical crisis response rather than philosophical endorsement of current systems. Before discussion could develop regarding specific intervention parameters, the shrine's warning systems activated suddenly, subtle harmonic resonance indicating approaching supernatural presence beyond established invitation protocols. Akeno moved immediately to monitoring position beside traditional shrine instrument panel, fingers dancing across controls that blended ancient methodology with modern supernatural technology. Multiple transit signatures approaching primary boundary, she reported. Professional focus replacing conversational engagement. Energy patterns indicate celestial origin, implementation methodology suggesting official delegation rather than individual initiative. The assessment clarified immediate development, heaven sending formal representatives rather than individual angels acting independently. Given recent events and current assembly already including both devil aristocracy and fallen angel observers, this development suggested escalation beyond normal diplomatic parameters. Heaven was specifically excluded from current consultation phase. Rias observed with diplomatic precision masking obvious concern. This represents significant protocol violation given established notification requirements. Before further discussion could develop, reality distorted near shrine entrance. Not violent disruption but precisely controlled dimensional reconfiguration indicating sophisticated transit methodology beyond conventional supernatural capabilities. Through this carefully established aperture stepped three figures radiating power immediately identifiable as celestial in origin yet distinct from standard angelic manifestation patterns. The leader, male entity presenting with Mediterranean features and formal attire resembling ancient Roman senatorial garments, carried himself with military precision despite scholarly appearance. 6 wings of purest white light extended briefly before folding into less imposing configuration, though their momentary display clearly established his position within celestial hierarchy as legitimate seraph rather than lesser administrative representative. Raziel, Raynor identified quietly, recognition suggesting personal familiarity beyond mere hierarchical awareness. Archangel of Mysteries, Heaven's Chief Intelligence Director and Special Operations Coordinator. The identification carried significant implications regarding Heaven's approach to current situation. Sen. Ding Intelligence Specialist rather than diplomatic representative or combat commander suggested prioritization of information gathering over immediate confrontation or formal negotiation. Accompanying Raziel stood Serafina, her presence providing continuity from previous interactions, alongside male entity whose military bearing contrasted sharply with his companion's scholarly appearance. The third angel's armor, gleaming material resembling metallized light rather than conventional supernatural constructs, marked him as combat specialist despite diplomatic context. Unauthorized Assembly C. Conducting strategic planning regarding interdimensional stability concerns, Raziel observed, voice carrying harmonic qualities characteristic of higher celestial orders. Without approved celestial R.E. presentation despite obvious relevance to Heaven's administrative responsibilities. The accusation, delivered with scholarly precision rather than emotional indignation, nonetheless carried unmistakable censure regarding protocol violations. Before devil representatives could formulate appropriate diplomatic response, Issei rose from his position, approaching the celestial delegation with deliberate confidence despite significant power differential. Consultation parameters determined by immediate response requirements rather than comprehensive diplomatic protocols, he stated, matching The Archangel's formal tone with equivalent precision. Time-sensitive implementation concerns necessitated prioritizing operational efficiency over comprehensive factional representation. The explanation, Technically accurate while diplomatically phrased, represented significant evolution in Issei's supernatural political engagement, confident interaction with Archangel requiring celestial authority. Recognition beyond his apparent human manifestation. Raziel's expression shifted from administrative censure to analytical assessment, 6 wings adjusting configuration in subtle patterns suggesting reassessment rather than continued opposition. Fascinating developmental parameters, he observed, scholarly interest temporarily replacing official representative positioning. Integration progress, sing through collaborative synthesis rather than hierarchical dominance. Unprecedented methodology within recorded incarnational transfer instances. The clinical assessment, focusing on Issei's UE consciousness integration rather than immediate political concerns, revealed genuine celestial interest transcending administrative objections. Before conversation could develop along this alternative track, Semiramis intervened with aristocratic precision, rising to establish formal diplomatic framework despite obvious tension between devil aristocracy and celestial hierarchy. Heaven's est in current stability concerns remains legitimate despite procedural irregularities, she acknowledged, aristocratic courtesy establishing professional discussion parameters without conceding administrative authority. Perhaps mutual disclosure serves operational objectives more effectively than jurisdictional disputes given implementation timeline constraints. The diplomatic intervention LL fully redirected interaction from potential confrontation toward practical cooperation without requiring formal protocol adjustments or official position modifications. Raziel acknowledged the ACH with precise inclination of his head, celestial dignity accepting practical necessity without surrendering principled position regarding proper administrative procedures. Operational intelligence. Suggests coordinated implementation schedule across 7 primary manifestation points, he stated, transitioning smoothly from procedural objection to practical disclosure. Architectural modificate. IONS currently approaching 60% completion based on observable energy configuration patterns, suggesting functional activation within 48 hours absent immediate intervention. The Meline represented acceleration beyond previous projections, clarifying urgency underlying Heaven's procedural violations, genuine crisis response rather than merely administrative overreach. Sona immediately integrated this updated intelligence into existing assessment models, adjusting projected implementation parameters with characteristic analytical precision. Faster than anticipated, she observed. Concern evident despite professional composure, suggesting additional resource allocation beyond previously identified operational capacity. This practical assessment identified crucial intelligence gap. Kokabiel's implementation progress exceeding projections based on known resources, indicating either miscalculation in original assessment or additional support beyond identified operational assets. Before theoretical discussion could develop, the armored angel accompanying Raziel stepped forward, military bearing suggesting combat assessment rather than administrative analysis. Avean has identified significant power source supporting current implementation schedule, he stated, voice carrying resonant authority suggesting command experience within celestial military hierarchy. Specifically, artifacts connected to original creation parameters providing enhanced operational capacity beyond conventional supernatural limitations. This disclosure aligned with Issei's growing suspicion regarding Kokabiel's accelerated timeline, access to original creation artifacts rather than merely architectural knowledge explaining implementation efficiency exceeding normal parameters. More significantly, it suggested specific vulnerability within otherwise concerning operational progress, dependency on external power sources rather than merely internal capability. Identify these artifacts, Issei requested. Celestial knowledge providing immediate understanding regarding potential significance within cosmic architectural implementation. Specific classification rather than general categorization provides essential targeting parameters for effective intervention methodology. The direct request, bypassing diplomatic channels in favor of practical operational requirements, represented continued evolution in Issei's approach to supernatural politics, prioritizing effective response over procedural correctness despite significant protocol violations inherent in such direct engagement between unaligned hybrid entity and celestial military hierarchy. Surprisingly, the armored angel responded without awaiting authorization from Raziel, professional respect for operation. L. Necessity overriding administrative hierarchy within emergency context. 7 keys of creation, he identified, using designation indicating artifacts of highest celestial classification. Original. Lee utilized during establishment of fundamental dimensional boundaries, subsequently secured within heaven's deepest vault following completion of primary cosmic architecture implementation. The identification confirmed Issei's worst suspicions while simultaneously triggering cascade of awakening memories regarding specific artifacts mentioned. The 7 keys represented fundamental tools used during initial reality formation, not merely powerful objects but essential components within original creation methodology, providing direct access to cosmic architectural parameters beyond any subsequent administrative limitations. That's impossible, Rayner objected, scholarly knowledge overriding typical fallen angel antagonism toward celestial pronouncements. The keys were secured beyond AC. CES parameters available to any entity below archangel classification. Kokabiel lacks authorization within current celestial administrative framework regardless of original position during creation implementation. The objection raised legitimate question regarding how Kokabiel had obtained artifacts supposedly secured beyond his access capabilities despite formidable knowledge regarding cosmic architecture. Before theoretical discussion could develop, Serafina provided unexpected clarification from her unique position as Heaven's archivist. The vault experienced unauthorized access approximately 6 weeks ago, she explained. Professional precision masking evident concern beneath scholarly assessment. Initially attributed to administrative recording error given absence of conventional security breaches. Subsequently recognized as sophisticated infiltration utilizing methodologies drawing directly from original architectural knowledge rather than current security circumvention techniques. This clarification explained Kokabiel's possession while raising additional questions regarding operational timeline, 6 weeks representing significant preparation period before implementing current architectural modification strategy. The deliberate planning suggested capabilities beyond conventional assessment parameters, strategic patience contrasting with apparent revolutionary fervor. He spent months establishing operational infrastructure before beginning architectural modifications, Issei observed, strategic understanding crystallizing from fragmented intelligence. The errant implementation represents culmination of extended preparation rather than recent initiation. Correct, Raziel confirmed, scholarly assessment transcending factional differences within crisis context. Intelligence suggests minimum 3-month preparation timeline preceding current architectural intervention, indicating sophisticated strategic methodology rather than merely opportunistic implementation. This revised understanding transformed threat assessment from impulsive revolutionary to calculating strategic entity, Kokabiel implementing carefully developed plans rather than merely exploiting unexpected opportunities. The sophistication suggested capabilities potentially exceeding combined faction response unless intervention targeted specific vulnerabilities within otherwise formidable operational framework. The keys represent both his greatest advantage and most significant vulnerability, Issei noted, awakening celestial knowledge providing insight beyond conventional supernatural understanding. They enable implementation beyond normal capability parameters while simultaneously creating dependency on external power sources vulnerable to targeted intervention. This analysis identified potential response strategy focusing on specific weakness within otherwise concerning operational capability, the keys providing extraordinary power while creating critical vulnerability through operational dependency. Raziel nodded agreement. Scholarly assessment aligning with Issei's strategic observation despite obvious tension between celestial hierarchy and Lucifer's reincarnated essence. Precisely. Current intervention strategy involves simultaneous operations targeting all 7 implementation sites, specifically focusing on key reclamation rather than conventional combat engagement with supporting personnel. The Archangel's clinical assessment prioritized practical effectiveness over administrative considerations, unusual flexibility within typically rigid celestial operational parameters. Ambitious targeting parameters considering distributed implementation across geographically separated locations, Sona observed, analytical precision identifying practical challenges despite theoretical appeal. Available assets insufficient for simultaneous high-effectiveness operations across 7 distinct engagement zones. The practical assessment highly GHTED crucial limitations within otherwise sound strategic approach, insufficient resources for comprehensive simultaneous intervention despite clear targeting priorities. Before discussion could devolve into resource allocation disputes between factions, Issei made decision reflecting growing confidence in his unique position between conventional supernatural categories. "We don't need 7 separate teams," he stated with quiet authority emerging naturally from integrated consciousness. "The keys maintain harmonic connection transcending physical separation, their original function requiring synchronized operation across distinct spatial coordinates while maintaining fundamental integration beyond conventional dimensional limitations. This specialized knowledge, flowing directly from awakening celestial understanding, provided crucial insight unavailable through conventional supernatural education regardless of faction affiliation or hierarchical position." Raziel's expression reflected genuine surprise followed by scholarly reassessment, celestial wings adjusting configuration in pattern indicating recognition of legitimate expertise despite complicated theological implications. "Elaborate," he requested simply. Administrative authority temporarily replaced by professional respect for demonstrated knowledge beyond conventional parameters. Issei accessed deepening celestial memories, information flowing more smoothly through increasingly integrated consciousness as human framework provided contextual organization for awakening angelic knowledge. The keys were designed as integrated system rather than merely individual artifacts, he explained, complex concepts translated through human language despite inherent limitations. Their power derives from harmonic resonance. CE maintained across physical separation, synchronized frequency patterns rather than individual energy signatures. The technical explanation established fundamental operational principle crucial to effective intervention strategy, targeting resonance pattern rather than merely physical artifacts, disrupting integration rather than attempting simultaneous recovery across separated locations. Theoretical models suggest critical resonance vulnerability during major power channeling operations, he continued, specialized knowledge providing strategic insight beyond conventional supernatural understanding. Particularly when implementing fundamental architectural modifications requiring maximum energy throughput across distributed network connections. This identification of specific vulnerability during peak operational moments provided crucial targeting parameter for effective intervention despite limited available resources. Rather than attempting simultaneous recovery operations across 7 locations, concentrated effort could target critical resonance node during peak implementation phase, disrupting entire network through fundamental frequency manipulation rather than physical artifact recovery. "You're suggesting harmonic intervention rather than conventional asset deployment," Semiramis observed, aristocratic precision masking genuine appreciation beneath formal acknowledgement. "Fascinating methodology transcending traditional operational parameters." The assessment accurately identified revolutionary approach within crisis response framework, targeting fundamental operational principles rather than merely opposing physical manifestations, conceptual intervention rather than conventional confrontation. Before theoretical discussion could develop regarding specific implementation methodology, reality distorted dramatically throughout shrine grounds, not controlled dimensional manipulation but violent disruption indicating hostile breach rather than diplomatic arrival. Warning systems activated with urgent intensity as spatial fabric ruptured at multiple points simultaneously. Dimensional boundaries forcibly reconfigured through methodology prioritizing effectiveness over stability concerns. Through these jagged apertures poured entities radiating power immediately identifiable as combat specialized fallen angels, not diplomatic representatives but military assets deployed for specific tactical objectives. At their center stood Kokabiel himself, 10 wings fully extended in combat configuration while crackling energy surrounded his form in pattern. Indicating ready deployment rather than mere intimidation display. Unlike previous encounter where philosophical discussion preceded potential conflict, his expression reflected focused determinatio. Unmarred by unnecessary dialogue or explanatory monologue. "Surrender the vessel immediately," he stated, power gathering around his extended hand in pattern indicating imminent deployment regardless of compliance or resistance. Further discussion represents unnecessary delay given operational timeline constraints. The direct demand, unaccompanied by explanation or justification, indicated significant strategic shift within Kokabiel's approach, prioritizing immediate objective acquisition over potential cooperation or philosophical alignment. Before faction representatives could coordinate response, he released gathered energy and focused beam targeting Issei directly, attack velocity exceeding conventional defensive reaction capabilities despite assembled supernatural entities' considerable individual power. Time seemed to slow as Issei's integrated consciousness processed multiple information streams simultaneously: attack trajectory analysis, defensive option assessment, potentie. All counter-deployment methodologies each considered within milliseconds through accelerated cognitive processing transcending normal human limitations. Rather than conventional evasion or barrier deployment, he accessed recently developed capability for dimensional manipulation, not merely movement through space but fundamental reconfiguration of local spatial relationships. Crimson light briefly enveloped his form as he shifted dimensional coordinates with precise calculation, allowing Kokabiel's attack to pass through space he had occupied milliseconds earlier without requiring physical movement. The energy beam impacted shrine wall behind his position, ancient protective wards flaring briefly before collapsing under concentrated power far exceeding their design parameters. Kokabiel's expression registered momentary surprise at defensive methodology transcending expected capability parameters, strategic assessment visibly recalculating based on demonstrated dimensional manipulation beyond anticipated implementation level. Before he could adjust attack methodology, assembled faction representatives deployed coordinated defensive response, devil energy barriers interlocking with Fa. Yen angel light constructs and celestial protection matrices in rare example of synchronized cross-faction operation. Impressive cooperation considering historical animosity parameters, Kokabiel observed. Genuine appreciation coloring his assessment despite obvious opposition to their combined effort. Unfortunately insufficient given current operational capabilities. With casual gesture, he shattered their combined defensive structures, not through overwhelming force but precise frequency manipulation targeting harmonic vulnerabilities within their hasty integration. The sophisticated methodology demonstrated combat application of his architectural knowledge, using fundamental understanding of energy pattern integration to exploit weaknesses invisible to conventional supernatural perception. As faction representatives redeployed defensive assets with greater coordination based on initial failure assessment, Issei recognized crucial strategic consideration beyond immediate tactical exchange. Kokabiel's unexpected attack represented significant resource allocation despite critical implementation phase elsewhere, direct personal involvement rather than subordinate deployment indicating specific objective importance transcending general operational requirements. "You need me for something," he observed, maintaining position despite obvious danger while analyzing potential motivations beyond mere elimination or capture. Specific function rather than general strategic advantage, considering personal intervention during critical implementation phase elsewhere. The observation produced momentary hesitation in Kokabiel's attack sequence, confirmation through reaction rather than verbal acknowledgement. This tactical pause provided crucial opening for Raziel to deploy Celestial Binding Array, golden light forming complex geometric patterns surrounding Kokabiel's position with symbols representing fundamental limitation protocols established during original creation architecture. "Surrender immediately," the Archangel commanded, military authority temporarily replacing scholarly demeanor as six wings extended to full combat configuration. Further resistance represents unjustifiable escalation given current containment parameters. Kokabiel's response came not through words but immediate action, dimensional manipulation transcending conventional movement limitations as he shifted position despite celestial binding constraints, reappearing directly before Issei with speed exceeding normal defensive reaction capabilities. His hand closed around Issei's throat with irresistible strength. Physical contact establishing direct connection beyond conventional defensive methodologies. "The keys require original authorization protocols for complete implementation," he stated. Voice carrying urgency beneath apparent aggression. "Your essence contains necessary authorization matrix embedded within fundamental identity parameters regardless of current consciousness configuration." The explanation revealed his specific objective beyond mere philosophical alignment or strategic advantage, technical requirement within his implementation methodology requiring articular capabilities unique to Lucifer's original essence regardless of current incarnational parameters. Before faction representatives could intervene, Kokabiel initiated direct consciousness int. R face. Not merely physical connection but fundamental energy exchange establishing communication beyond conventional perception limitations. Within this accelerated information exchange, Issei expery. NCED Kokabiel's genuine motivation beyond political terminology or strategic obfuscation, not merely philosophical opposition to administrative hierarchies but profound conviction regarding cosmic purpose corruption through bureaucratic calcification. The fallen archangel genuinely believed current supernatural administrative systems represented fundamental deviation from creation's original purpose. Calcified structures preserving power distribution rather than facilitating ongoing creative evolution. More significantly, Issei accessed Kokabiel's direct experience during gradual transformation. From creation architect to military asset, the painful transition from creative collaborator to hierarchical component, original purpose subordinated to administrative requirements with increasing rigidity across extended timeframe. The fallen angel's rebellion represented not merely opposition to particular administrative decisions but fundamental rejection of evolutionary direction prioritizing preservation over creation. Stability over possibility. Within this direct information exchange, Issei recognized legitimate grievance beneath revolutionary methodology, genuine concern regarding cosm. I see purpose distortion through administrative calcification rather than merely personal ambition or destructive impulse. However, he simultaneously identified fundamental flaw within Kokabiel's propose. Dissolution. Attempting cosmic reset without addressing underlying tendencies that had produced current conditions virtually guaranteed eventual repetition regardless of immediate implementation success. Rather than merely rejecting the fallen angel's perspective or surrendering to his immediate objective, Issei established counter-interface, not opposing connection but redirecting information flow. Sharing his own evolving understanding regarding integration rather than opposition, synthesis rather than replacement. Through this exchange, he communicated fundamental insight emerging from his unique consciousness development. Evolution requiring balanced integration between established structure and creative potential, preservation and possibility existing in dynamic tension rather than mutual exclusion. The unexpected counter-perspective produced visible impact within Kokabiel's determined expression. Not surrender but momentary consideration, philosophical engagement despite urgent operational timeline. This brief connection, transcending conventional communication limitations through direct consciousness interface, created possibility for understanding beyond factional positioning or administrative categorization. Then external intervention shattered their connection as multiple attacks struck Kokabiel simultaneously, Semiramis deploying aristocratic devil energy through precisely calculated trajectory. Raynor launching concentrated light spear with exceptional accuracy, Raziel manifesting celestial binding protocols through direct administrative authority implementation. The combined assault forced Kokabiel to release his physical hold, breaking direct interface while creating tactical opening for coordinated follow-up engagement. Rather than exploiting this advantage, Kokabiel reassessed strategic parameters with evident calculation, 10 wings extending to maximum configuration as dimensional distortion gathered around his form. Consider carefully which side truly represents your essence. Lightbringer, he stated, using original designation rather than subsequent theological terminology. Beyond administrative categorization or factional positioning, ask, what cosmic purpose originally motivated creation itself? With that philosophical challenge hanging in disrupted shrine atmosphere, he departed through precisely calculated dimensional breach, not conventional transit but fundamental coordinate shift transcending normal supernatural transportation limitations. His supporting fallen angels followed with military discipline despite obvious power differential compared to assembled faction representatives, coordinated withdrawal rather than disorganized retreat indicating continued operational cohesion despite tactical setback. In their absence, shrine grounds fell momentarily silent as assembled supernatural entities processed the brief but intense confrontation, not merely physical exchange but philosophical challenge carrying implications beyond immediate security concerns. Raziel recovered first, celestial discipline reasserting professional focus despite obvious theological complications. He sought direct authorization protocol transfer, the Archangel observed. Scholarly assessment replacing combat positioning as immediate threat receded. Specific authentication methodology required for complete key implementation rather than merely operational power enhancement. The technical analysis confirmed Issei's understanding developed through direct interface. Kokabiel needed particular capabilities unique to Lucifer's original essence for complete implementation rather than merely general power augmentation or philosophical validation. This specific requirement explained targeted interest beyond general strategic advantage, clarifying otherwise disproportionate resource allocation during critical operational phase. The keys incorporate fundamental authorization limitations preventing misuse through unauthorized access, Issei confirmed. Awakening celestial knowledge providing technical understanding beyond conventional supernatural education. Specific identity verification protocols embedded within operational MA. Tricks during original creation implementation, ensuring appropriate usage constraints despite extraordinary capability parameters. This explanation clarified Kokabiel's specific interest while simultaneously identifying crucial vulnerability within his revolutionary implementation strategy. Technical limitation preventing complete utilization despite physical possession, security protocol transcending conventional supernatural restrictions through fundamental creation architecture rather than merely administrative oversight. You represent the key to the keys, Semiramis observed, aristocratie. See precision articulating complex concept through elegant simplification. Your essence contains necessary authorization regardless of current consciousness configuration or factional alignment. The assessment accurately identified his unique position within current crisis, capability transcending conventional supernatural categories through direct connection to original creation architecture Riga. RD less of subsequent theological developments or administrative classifications. This understanding transformed his role from merely powerful hybrid entity to essential component within effective intervention strategy, unique capability rather than merely useful asset, which raises obvious question regarding appropriate response methodology. Sona noted, analytical precision focusing on practical implementation rather than theoretical implications. Conventional defensive positioning proves inadequate given demonstrated infiltration capabilities, while offensive deployment faces significant ordination challenges considering distributed operational structure. The practical assessment highlighted crucial strategic question beyond immediate tactical considerations: how to effectively counter Kokabiel's revolutionary implementation given his sophisticated methodology and distributed operational framework. Before theoretical discussion could develop, Issei made decision reflecting growing confidence in his unique position beyond conventional supernatural categories. We don't wait for his next attempt, he stated, quiet authority emerging naturally from integrated consciousness. Direct intervention targeting critical implementation node during vulnerable operational phase represents optimal response methodology given available intelligence and resource parameters. The propose ED strategy, proactive engagement rather than defensive positioning, represented significant evolution beyond conventional supernatural response protocols typically prioritizing territorial security over external intervention regardless of potential threat parameters. More significantly, it positioned Issei as strategic initiator rather than merely valuable asset, direction rather than deployment, leadership rather than merely capability. Ambitious operational parameters considering available intelligence limitations, Raziel observed, professional assessment rather than administrative objectio. Despite obvious authority complications, targeting methodology requires precision beyond conventional supernatural capabilities given implementation distribution across multiple physical locations. The practical concern identified legitimate challenge within proposed strategy, effective intervention requiring coordination and precision exceeding normal supernatural operational parameters despite significant individual power among available assets. Before discussion could devolve into resource limitation assessment, Issei accessed deepening celestial knowledge flowing through increasingly integrated consciousness. The keys maintain harmonic connection beyond physical separation, he explained, complex concepts translated through human language despite inherent limitations. Their synchronized operation creates identifiable resonance pattern peaking during major implementation phases, providing targeting parameters transcending conventional physical coordinates. This specialized knowledge offered crucial strategic advantage, ability to locate critical vulnerability through fundamental frequency detection rather than merely physical surveillance, targeting methodology based on operational essence rather than merely geographic positioning. Semiramis immediately recognized implementation potential beyond theoretical interest, aristocratic precision focusing on practical application rather than merely academic acknowledgement. You can track the resonance, she stated rather than asked, calculating assessment rather than merely speculative inquiry. Specific signature recognition through direct essence connection rather than derived detection methodology. Correct, Issei confirmed, growing confidence in his developing capabilities despite obvious implementation challenges. Though effective intervention requires coordinated timing parameters focusing on critical vulnerability during peak operational phase rather than merely general disruption attempt. This qualification highlighted crucial strategic requirement beyond mere targeting capability, synchronized intervention exploiting specific vulnerability during particular operational moment rather than general assault regardless of implementation phase. The precision required exceeded conventional supernatural coordination capabilities despite significant individual power among available assets. Synchronized operation through distributed asset deployment, SONA translated, analytical assessment identifying practical requirements despite theoretical complexity. Tactical coordination transcending conventional command limitations given operational distribution requirements. Before detailed planning could develop regarding specific implementation methodology, Akeno approached Issei with quiet determination contrasting with others' theoretical assessment. Unlike faction representatives focused on strategic implications or theological complications, her concern manifested through personal action transcending operational parameters. You're suggesting direct confrontation with entity whose power rivals archangels, she observed, violet eyes reflecting genuine concern beneath casual phrasing. Utilizing newly developing capabilities with minimal implementation experience against opponent possessing millennia of practical application expertise. The assessment accurately identified personal risk beyond strategic considerations, individual danger transcending operational parameters given significant capability differential despite theoretical advantage through specialized knowledge. Rather than dismissing legitimate concern through false confidence or strategic necessity, Issei acknowledged reality while maintaining commitment to necessary action. Sometimes the greatest risk lies in refusing to act despite justified concerns, he responded, quiet certainty reflecting integrated wisdom beyond his apparent age. Kokabiel's implementation threatens fundamental stability OS connected realms, cosmic architecture supporting existence itself rather than merely particular administrative systems. This perspective placed immediate risk within larger context, individual danger balanced against universal implications, personal safety secondary to fundamental stability preservation. The philosophy reflected integration between human courage and celestial perspective, morta. Determination informed by immortal understanding, creating balanced assessment transcending either consciousness operating independently. Then you'll need adequate support, Akeno stated simply, decision rather than merely observation. Operational assets with appropriate capability parameters and personal commitment transcending factional positioning or administrative authorization. The declaration represented significant personal commitment beyond professional responsibility or faction loyalty. Individual determination based on relationship rather than merely strategic assessment or hierarchical obligation. Before Issei could acknowledge this commitment, Raynor stepped forward with uncharacteristic directness unbuffered by her typical sardonic presentation. Count me in as well, she stated without diplomatic qualification or strategic obfuscation. Personal involvement rather than merely official observation or factional representation. The unexpected support from Fallen Gel representative highlighted evolving relationships transcending conventional supernatural categories, personal connections developing beyond administrative classification or theological positioning. More surprisingly, Semiramis indicated similar commitment through aristocratic precision masking genuine determination beneath formal presentation. House Astaroth offers direct operational support beyond official coordination parameters, she declared. Aristocratic terminology framing personal decision through formal designation despite obvious deviation from conventional devil administrative protocols. Specialized assets operating under direct authority rather than hierarchical deployment methodology. These individual commitments, transcending factional boundaries and administrative protocols, represented evolution beyond conventional supernatural politics, personal determination overriding institutional positioning, direct engagement replacing representative coordination. Before T's unusual alliance could formalize operational parameters, Raziel contributed unexpected celestial authorization despite obvious theological complications. Heaven offers provisional coordination through specialized asset deployment, he stated, administrative precision masking significant policy deviation beneath formal terminology. Without prejudice regarding subsequent theological assessment or administrative classification determination, the carefully worded authorization represented extraordinary flexibility within typically rigid celestial operational protocols, pragmatic cooperation. Despite fundamental identity questions regarding Issei's relationship to original Lucifer essence and corresponding theological implications, this practical approach, prioritizing immediate crisis response over doctrinal certainty, demonstrated evolution within celestial administration typically characterized by inflexible adherence to established protocols regardless of practical circumstances. As supernatural representatives established preliminary coordination parameters, Issei experienced moment of quiet clarity amidst tactical planning and strategic assessment, recognition that current developments represented more than merely operational cooperation against particular threat. Beyond immediate crisis response, these unprecedented alliances reflected fundamental evolution within supernatural community typically defined through rigid factional boundaries and immutable theological classifications. Devils, fallen angels, and celestial representatives establishing direct cooperation without hierarchical authorization or comprehensive diplomatic framework represented revolutionary development within supernatural politics, practical necessity overriding institutional inertia, immediate reality superseding historical animosity. More significantly, their willingness to follow his strategic direction despite complicated theological positioning and ambiguous administrative classification suggested evolution beyond conventional supernatural governance parameters. This realization crystallized growing understanding regarding his unique position within cosmic development, not merely powerful hybrid entity but potential catalyst for fundamental evolution beyond calcified supernatural frameworks. Beyond particular abilities or specific knowledge, his integrated consciousness offer perspective transcending conventional categorical limitations, human adaptability combined with celestial understanding creating genuinely unprecedented viewpoint regarding cosmic purpose and potential development trajectories. As operational planning continued around him, Issei made quiet commitment reflecting this deepening awareness, determination to forge pathway beyond conventional supernatural classifications rather than merely accepting position within established frameworks. Whether addressing Kokabiel's immediate threat or navigating complex relationships between supernatural factions, his approach would prioritize integration over opposition, synthesis over replacement, evolution over repetition. "I need several hours before implementation phase," he announced, practical requirements interrupting theoretical planning despite obvious urgency. Specific preparation parameters necessary for optimal functionality during critical operational engagement. The request produced momentary surprise given obvious timeline constraints and corresponding operational urgency. Before faction representatives could object based on strategic necessity, Tiamat's voice cut through ongoing discussion from shrine entrance where she had appeared without conventional arrival notification. "The Star Bearer requires final integration phase completion," she stated with draconic authority transcending conventional supernatural hierarchies. Optimal functionality demands completed synthesis rather than merely partial alignment given operational requirements against entity accessing original creation parameters. The Dragon's unexpected support, delivered with characteristic directness unbuffered by diplomatic qualification or strategic obfuscation, carried significant impact despite factional representatives' obvious concerns regarding timeline constraints and operational urgency. Raziel assessed the primordial entity with scholarly precision transcending typical celestial reactivity. On to draconic intervention within supernatural affairs. "Your assessment contradicts conventional implementation timeline projections," he observed without administrative censure or theological objection despite obvious protocol complications. Integration development typically requires extended duration parameters regardless of individual capability metrics. Tiamat's response combined characteristic disdain for conventional supernatural frameworks with genuine respect for scholarly inquiry despite administrative positioning. Conventional assessment methodology proves inadequate given unprecedented integration parameters. She explained, draconic perspective providing insight transcending typical supernatural understanding. The Star Bearer's development follows unique trajectory. Bayo. ND established patterns given fundamental implementation differences from previous recorded instances. This technical explanation, focusing on practical development parameters rather than theologica. L implications are administrative classifications, provided legitimate justification for Issei's request despite obvious operational urgency. After brief consultation through exchanged glances, faction representatives acknowledged necessity despite timeline concerns, practical assessment overriding immediate engagement preference. 6 hours, Semiramis specified, aristocratic precision establishi. In clear parameters despite flexible implementation authorization. Minimal sufficient duration for essential preparation while maintaining necessary response timeline relative to projected enemy implementation schedule. The allocated timeframe represented compromise between optimal preparation requirements and operational necessity given intelligence regarding Kokabiel's activities, sufficient duration for critical development completion while maintaining effective intervention capability against projected implementation timeline. Issei accepted these parameters with quiet acknowledgement, recognizing legitimate balance between competing priorities despite personal preference for extended preparation duration. Sufficient, he confirmed, practical acceptance rather than merely formal acknowledgement. Optimal utilization within limited duration parameters representing preferable methodology compared to extended timeframe with potentially catastrophic developmental delay consequences. With operational agreement established, faction representatives began coordinating specific tactical elements while Issei prepared for departure alongside Tiamat, their unusual alliance representing further evolution beyond conventional supernatural frameworks despite obvious theological complications and administrative classification questions. The quarry, Tiamat stated rather than asked, conic directness replacing typical supernatural diplomatic ambiguity. Isolated location with appropriate containment parameters for accelerated integration completion phase. Issei nodded confirmation, appreciating her practical focus despite obvious questions regarding specific methodology and corresponding implementation requirements. As they prepared for departure through dimensional transit rather than conventional movement, Akeno approached with quiet determination that had characterized her recent evolution beyond typical devil positioning relative to his developing situation. "I'm coming with you," she declared without qualification or explanatory justification, simple statement rather than negotiation request or permission seeking. Support functionality during critical integrat. Ion phase representing essential operational component rather than merely personal preference. The declaration represented continued evolution in their relationship, professional partnership alongside personal connection. Practical cooperation transcending merely emotional association. Before Issei could acknowledge this commitment, Semiramis approached with aristocratic precision masking genuine interest beneath formal presentation. House Astaroth requests observational participation during integration completion phase, she stated, aristocratic terminology framing personal request through formal designation despite obvious deviation from conventional devil administrative protocols. Technical assessment parameters rather than merely strategic positioning considerations given unprecedented methodology involved. The unexpected interest from devil aristocrat suggested motivations beyond immediate crisis response or strategic advantage, genuine curiosity regarding his unique development, and transcending conventional supernatural categories. Rather than immediate acceptance or reflexive rejection, Issei assessed potential complications against possible benefits, integration factors alongside security considerations. Observation without interference, he specified, establishing clear parameters despite general acceptance. Technical assessment functionality without implementation. Modification attempts regardless of perceived optimization opportunities. The condition acknowledged legitimate interest while establishing necessary boundaries, acceptance of presence without surrendering developmental autonomy. Cooperation without submission to external direction regardless of aristocratic positioning or technical expertise. Semiramis accepted these parameters with precise inclination of her head, aristocratic acknowledgement masking genuine appreciation beneath formal presentation. Acceptable limitation parameters considering implementation sensitivity factors, she confirmed. Aristocratic precision establishing clear understanding despite complex terminology. Observational functionality without modification attempts regardless of assessment conclusions or optimization identification. With agreements established and parameters defined, Issei prepared for departure alongside his unusual companions, Ancient Dragon, Devil Aristocrat, and half-fallen hybrid Repriest. NTING unprecedented alliance transcending conventional supernatural classifications. As dimensional transit initiated through Tiamat's primordial methodology rather than derived supernatural techniques. Issei experienced moment of quiet certainty despite obvious challenges awaiting beyond immediate preparation phase. Whatever specific threats Kokabiel's activities presented, whatever particular implications arose through accelerated integration completion, fundamental reality remained unchanged. He would face these challenges not as vessel for another's consciousness but as something genuine. Li knew, human and angel in perfect partnership, forging path beyond conventional limitations through balanced integration rather than hierarchical dominance. The true rebellion wasn't merely opposing particular administrative systems or supporting specific revolutionary alternative, but establishing fundamental evolution beyond rigid categorical thinking itself, integration rather than opposition, synthesis rather than replacement, collaborative development rather than competitive dominance. That philosophy, representing genuine cosmic purpose beyond theological distortion or administrative calcification, would guide his actions regardless of specific tactical requirements or strategic considerations. As dimensional transit completed, depositing their unusual group within isolated Quarry W. Here final integration phase would proceed without external interference or administrative oversight. Issei embraced commitment to this revolutionary perspective, not through violent opposition against established systems but evolutionary development beyond their inherent limitations, creating genuinely new possibility transcending conventional supernatural frameworks through balanced integration between human adaptability and celestial understanding. The rebellion had begun. Chapter 3 End. The end. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.